birthday, and I had this impulse to call him, but I didn't because I thought I could call him later that week.
63 Americans a day die by gun suicide. With safe gun storage, we can give our loved ones a second chance at life. Learn more at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
He's a showboat. He's a grandstander. You know that. I know that. Sold his company for a tremendous amount of money. And he went out and bought a big yacht. And he had a very interesting life.
Live from Jackson in the heart of West Tennessee, this is the Dan Reeves Show.
He is a sick puppy.
What day it is. Today is Friday, but also
April Fools! April Fools! April Fools!
Tomorrow?
That's tomorrow. I'm sure it is.
Sure it is. Who it is, my friend?
That's how they get you.
That's how they get ya.
Take your places. It's time to start the show.
Yeah, no fooling.
Go time.
This is not headline news. The new CEO of Starbucks will work one shift a month in stores, probably because it's the only way to get the bathroom code. The FDA approved a pill that treats obesity, but keep in mind it'll ruin the pill's effectiveness if you chase it with syrup. Rock star legend Paul Stanley of Kiss posted a rare makeup-free selfie. Probably the last time he'll do it because everyone commented, "Hey, it's Cher." And today is National She's Funny That Way Day, a day that honors hilarious female comedians everywhere. So as you were, Whoopi and Joy, this is not headline news.
Good Friday morning. My name's Dan Reeves, along with Laura Lehman.
Oh, good morning, Danny. How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's about time you came back home.
Oh, yeah, you know. I like to be here. I'm here on Fridays. Maybe not next Friday if I go away, but
see,
I'm
here
today.
every Friday. Maybe not next Friday.
Yeah, maybe not.
Well, now you got to take care of family. I
That's
understand.
right. That's right.
Good Friday morning, the final day of March 2023.
Wow.
State Representative Chris Todd is planning on stopping by this morning. He'll be in studio just past 9 a.m. We'll talk with State Representative Chris Todd about a number of different issues that's going on in the state of Tennessee with the Brain Trust. Should be an interesting conversation. And there was some activity at the state capitol yesterday, the day before.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, some protests.
Crazy
we'll
looking,
talk
right?
with Chris. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw a little bit of video of that.
What did you think about that?
You know, I always think it's kind of scary when people get in that mob mentality and kind of go for blood. You know, it always gives me the willies. I'm always like, oh, no. Now what's going to happen? What next? Is kind of what I think when I see that, right?
Oh,
what next?
boy, yeah.
As if, like, what was going on isn't bad enough, then the protests, you know, add insult to injury. So, yeah, it's always one of those things that kind of gets me when I see a crowd in a rampage.
Yeah, I tell you what I was thinking was that here we go with I got to get my buddy Richard Archie. If you met Richard, I love that guy.
I don't know if I've met him.
I got a lot of respect for him, but And those 2 atomic bombs we dropped on Japan.
Yeah, that's
that
part of
really
it.
wasn't a big thing. It was that we all had guns.
Yeah.
That stopped Japan
right.
from. And you know what I'm saying? It sounds silly if you actually think about it.
It does sound silly, but I was hearing on the radio one day there was a poll about, do you own a gun? And here it was here in West Tennessee, one of the local stations. And, if you own a gun, how many? And the 10 people that responded owned a total of 270 guns. Right? Those are just the people that called into the radio. 10 people own 270 guns right here in Jackson, Tennessee.
Yeah.
I mean, that kind of blew me away. I mean, I get it that this is a well-armed state. I understand where we are.
If Arkansas didn't even think about invading us.
Right?
Yeah.
Tennessee has got it. So
Yeah. It's I'm trying see what's happening. We get caught up in a trauma bond here. It's Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah. Trauma bond. That's yeah. Yeah.
By our own government.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think it is that.
Absolutely. Trauma bond. I like that.
That's not good, is it? Is it? I don't think it is.
I don't think it's real good. No, I don't think it's real good.
We love our captors.
It would be nice if we were in a peace bond or a harmony bond or a love bond with each other, but no, we're in a trauma bond.
Yeah, the love bombing stage is coming on. They've devalued us, they've discarded us, and now we're just caught up in a trauma bond.
Yeah.
And by the way, we are available for motivational speaking. You can book us by dialing
Yeah, it's going to be a big hullabaloo, right? Big hullabaloo.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's going to be a lot. There's a lot going on with that, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. There is a lot going on with that.
Like,
That's
let
right.
go, Melissa. No, it's like Melissa said, we ought to do a debate, mayoral debate. I was like, you know how much work goes into that? She said, yes, we ought to do a mayoral debate. I was like, if you can get all 6 of them to commit to.
And she did.
And I was like, damn it, she did.
Isn't that neat?
And so, but the team just rallied, man.
Yeah.
It was great teamwork with Gabe Hart is here, now Chuck Walker,
Yeah, big
Julie
old Chuck Walker.
Holt, Gina Langley,
Jake and Rachel.
Morford,
Greg Wood.
Greg Wood, the
G
units.
They were funny this morning. They cracked me up.
Who else was a big part of that? Well, it seemed like there was even more than that. Who am I? Josh
Big
Smith,
old
of
Josh.
course, and Cameron House. Yeah, way to go, everybody. And, of course, internally sound. Yeah, they picked up 4 jobs.
Oh, my goodness.
I bet they did, right?
They were awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really cool.
Well, what do you ladies think? Do you think there should be a rule of law, a set of rules for the ruling class, and then another set of rules for the commoners?
I really don't think that. I think law is law. I think it should apply to everybody. I just don't think because you have money or power or prestige or position that you should be exempt from laws. I really just don't. And I'm not saying that I think President Trump was guilty. I'm not getting into that debate at all. I'm just saying I don't think that there should
Clinton,
be.
You know,
Oh,
even
goodness.
Hillary. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Especially her. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying I just don't think that the laws should change depending on who you are.
Ditto.
Yeah.
If it was a good answer, because that's really the only answer, and if it's not like that, it all breaks down.
Well, then it's not a law.
Well, if we don't have the rule of law, we
Yeah, then
become a
it's-
banana republic.
Yeah, then it's simply a recommendation for you, but not me. That's not cool. That's not cool.
Yeah, it's you know, we have oligarchs in this country now
Yeah.
that run it.
Yeah.
Amazon, for example, Trump did jump on Amazon with both feet when he was in.
Yeah.
But they're not allowed to operate the way they do in the U.S. and like Australia.
Right.
Because they protect their their local merchants because of how important the local businesses are. And they don't, another reason for that, they don't want oligarchs, somebody with that much power that
Yeah.
he can buy the Supreme Court,
Right.
pardon me, or buy the politicians.
Right.
And we have that here. I don't know why we don't want to face that. We don't want to believe that, do we?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like we do. I don't know. It is sort of the American dream to make a big company and have a big success, right? So then when you get that big company, you get that big success, then, you know, the establishment wants to clip your wings so that you don't get too big. So it is a little bit of a dichotomy that we have this desire to expand so much. And, you always have to have
The
so
average
much.
person I don't think really wants that.
Yeah. I mean, we're supposed to have double-digit growth every year and all this. It's like, well, you're going to create monstrous companies if you intend to constantly have growth.
Yeah, see, stockholders.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then it's when private companies are not held accountable by anyone but the stockholders, and they just want more and more and more.
Yeah, or they
private
have
prison system, for example.
Yeah.
They have stocks. They buy advertisements.
Wow.
They do.
Wow.
They sponsored one of the fireworks nights when I was out doing the announcing for the Diamond Jacks. It was brought to you by CCA. Is that who that is? In prisons. I said, you gotta be kidding me. I was making an announcement sponsored by CCA Fireworks. I was like, geez.
Really? Wild.
A private prison. Remember, they wanted to purchase the naming rights for Nissan Stadium when it changed over from Adelphia, like CCA Prison Stadium. Bud Adams said,
maybe not.
No. I don't think.
Surely we can find a better sponsor.
Oh, my
Nothing
goodness.
against CCA. I'm just saying, surely.
Yeah, because if I wind up there, it's going to be. Now, what'd you say about the fireworks tonight, boy?
Boy.
Yeah, could be like, remember that movie, Alcatraz with Clint Eastwood?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
He
my
was in the
gosh,
shower
yes.
and a guy walked in and said, I'm looking for a new park. And Clint said, "Good luck." He said, "You don't understand."
Oh, that Clint Eastwood.
I think I found one.
You know, have you heard about the controversy about Clint right now? He hasn't been seen for 420 or 30 days. He hasn't been seen in public for 430 days.
He's like in his 110s, isn't he?
He's old. He's 92, I think. And yeah, he hasn't been seen in public. And everybody's sort of, is he healthy? Is he gone? What's going on? Yeah, so there is sort of some big controversy about Clint right now. You know, he is getting older. I guess his last movie, he made a comment that said, I'm going to continue to make movies for many years now. These are, you know, not my last movies. I'm not done by a long shot. I want to just keep making movies and keep making movies. So that was the last we heard from him in public. And since then, we haven't seen him. So it is a little weird. I hope Clint's okay. He's one of our favorites.
Oh, yeah.
We love the
your
Dirty
favorite
Harry
Clint
movies.
Eastwood movie?
That's a great question.
That's a good question.
That's a hard one.
I like the Outlaw
I
Josie
like-
Rails.
I like Trouble with the Curve.
Oh, I don't know if I've seen that
that's a
Trouble with the
great-
Curve. I
okay.
gotta write that one down.
Is that when he was playing the Major League Baseball
Yes,
Scouts?
yeah.
Oh, I gotta
That's
see
a great
that.
movie.
Oh,
You haven't
yeah.
seen that?
I haven't seen
Oh,
that.
it's good.
Mm-mm.
It's one of his best. I
No.
agree.
I
That's
love
one of-
Gran Torino. Gran Torino.
Great. That's a great movie.
It's good too, yeah.
Heartbreakingly good. I really love the Outlaw Josie Wales. I like High Plains Drifter. That's a really good one.
Oh, yeah.
The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. We're big Clint Eastwood fans. We have all the Dirty Harry movies in our house, so it's like, which one do you want to watch?
I want to tell you, this probably won't come up when asked at this particular movie when asked what's your favorite Clint Eastwood movie, but Pale Rider was.
Oh, I love Pale Rider.
I love that character.
Oh, I do too.
And he played it. He was pretending to be the priest.
Yeah, and all the women fall in love with him. The young girl and the wife all fall in love with him.
And he tried to accommodate all of them.
Yeah, you bet he did.
Have you seen The Mule?
I have not. Wait, I have seen The Mule because I remember him getting beat up. I'm sorry to say
Yeah,
that.
where he played the
drug mule.
That was great too.
That was
yeah.
wild. Yeah, you wouldn't suspect him driving, amazing amounts of cartel drugs across the
But Gran Torino
county.
was great
Gran
too.
Torino's amazing.
I love it when he gets really pissed.
I do.
And
Everyone
his eyes
loves it
starts
when he gets
twitching a
really
little
pissed. He almost can't do a movie without getting really pissed, or people
I
are
know it.
sad about it. You know.
But it's the movies in his later years that I enjoy the most.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
I'm loving these ones he's making.
The ones where he directed seemed to be the best. But
Yeah.
there was another one I was thinking of that was just was brilliant. Oh, well, he did the one with it was. The boxing movie, Morgan Freeman, and what's her name?
Hilary Swank.
Million Dollar Baby?
Yeah.
Oh,
Is that it?
I never saw that.
It's
You
good.
need to see
It's
that.
sad, but it's good.
It is.
How about Bridges of Madison County?
Oh, I do
with
love that movie.
what's her name?
Meryl Streep.
Meryl
Yeah.
Streep. What's her name?
Yeah,
Meryl Streep.
you know.
Yeah.
Good old what's her name?
Yeah, good old what's her name? It's a shame the Clint Eastwood one a little bit younger to wind up in a Quentin Tarantino movie. Those two would have been great together.
Yeah, hilarious.
Did you ever watch Rawhide?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
What?
Yeah, Dave Allen kind of introduced it to me because it was a little bit before my time when I was a kid.
It's
but
the
it's in
reruns.
reruns now. Yeah, so you can see it. You can see it now.
But when I was a kid, the
Western
reruns were, it was on Channel 7. We had like 3 channels, we were kids. And that's why I watched it because of nothing else to watch, but it was really good.
Yeah.
Rowdy Yates was the character he played. And
Yeah, Rowdy.
Gil Favor was the trail boss. And,
Wow.
and Favor was the adult in the room. And he'd always say, I'm surrounded by a bunch of idiots.
I feel the same way.
Yeah. Don't talk about Laura like that.
Yeah, that's not very nice. I thought she liked me.
You attacking Laura.
I really did think she liked me.
And the Gil Favor, that was his character, but the man that played him, I don't know his actual name, but he drowned years ago.
Oh.
Yeah, Rawhide was great.
I don't know how I missed it.
It was a series that, a Western series that ran. Yeah, I don't know how long it ran, but it was fantastic.
Well, that's probably why I missed it. I just wasn't into the Western series when I was young.
Yeah. We watch them all the time now. Of course, we're huge Gunsmoke fans.
That's great. That's
Yeah, we love.
But
love
Gunsmoke's not the same if it doesn't have Festus and Doc on it.
Absolutely, you gotta have both of them. Yep.
Festus and Doc have that ongoing feud.
The best.
It's hilarious.
Arguments
Is that
ever.
the one that had Miss Kitty too?
Yeah, it sure is. I love Miss Kitty. I love her outfits.
Well, Marshall Dillon, he loved Miss Kitty as
I
well.
love me some Marshall Dillon. He sure did, and they never kissed in 20 years. 22 years.
But you know,
they never kissed.
I finally, after I became an adult, realized when they went to her room what they were actually doing.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize she was the head madam there at the whorehouse.
That's right.
Miss Kitty.
Yep, I guess so. They kind of, she had
wholesome
girls.
family entertainment.
Yeah, they kind of kept it under wraps. They didn't really, obviously, concentrate on that in the story, but she had a lot of girls working for her, and she had rooms upstairs. You do the math. I don't know. Right?
Yeah, do the math on that one.
Yep.
Well, and State Representative Chris Todd is going to stop by this morning in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll talk with him about what's going on in Nashville. We come back, we'll check the latest local news, sports, and weather. And the weather outside is going to get frightful. Right now it's 64 degrees. We expect to top out at 74 this afternoon. Weather presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses for cash. DustinBuys.com.
Yeah.
Details on the weather when we return. And whatever's on your mind as we open the phone lines up here on a Friday morning. It's the last day of March 2023. We wave bye-bye to March.
Wow, crazy.
Hello, April. April will be here tomorrow.
Ooh.
No fooling. It will be here tomorrow. Here it is. Here's Storms.
Oh, nice.
As you slowly go away from me, this is only another death. Every night you do not come, your softness fades away. Did I ever really care that much? Is there anything left to say?
That's pretty nice, isn't it?
Yeah, that is nice.
You know, I was thinking about Johnny Chandler was here from day one, too.
That's true.
Johnny.
And
I miss Johnny's, he had busy. And,
yeah, he's playing at the blacksmith, I've noticed.
Yeah,
that's cool.
I think he used us to get that gig at the blacksmith.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah.
The blacksmith's going to be at our launch party.
Oh, good. Oh, that means the food's going to be amazing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's great. Yeah, Jared, I need to hear from you. I need my J-Red fix.
Yeah.
Jared.
Yeah.
Yeah. That we'll be right back here on the program. But yeah, if I had to mention Johnny Chandler, he's one of my longtime, best, most trusted friends.
Oh, and he was there on the days when nobody would come or when there was not a lot to talk about, and Johnny would come in and talk with us. He was here, and then he went and got a liver transplant, and then he came back.
Yeah, yeah, I tried.
Remember
I said,
that?
Johnny, you need a liver transplant. And I said, you haven't been here long enough to, you don't have any sick time. But he went and did it anyway.
Yeah, poor John.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody bounce back so quickly.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
I love that guy.
Yeah. That's a major organ to have replaced.
Yeah.
You literally cannot live without a liver. So, to have one fail and then to get a liver, that's also a really hard part of the process is to receive the organ.
Right.
And then to be able to live through the transplant. And he was amazing.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe it. 1 week he's gone and then next week he's back. I'm like,
it's crazy.
You just got a new liver and now you're walking around.
You know what?
Amazing.
I think you just figured it out. He barely didn't have one. He just wanted to take some time off. I bet you.
Maybe that's what it was.
Or he might have went to Vanderbilt to get a teeth reduction. He might have said, "Hey, I feel like a girl." I don't know, Johnny. It's time to call Johnny in and waterboard him, find out what really happened.
Exactly.
And if he's telling the truth, we'll just apologize to him. But it'll still be entertaining just to waterboard him. You know?
Did you hear you can now earn...
Did you hear that?
Somebody keeps putting stuff in my cuts.
This is not cool.
Let's talk about this is not cool. I don't know if whoever's doing it, if you think it's cool, but it's not
That's not
cool.
cool.
Huh.
You could do it to Mike. but you want to do it.
That's right.
But that's a warning to let us know that the mic is still high. Yeah, we know it's.
Stop it.
Well, we got that one.
Be gone.
Yeah.
We got that one.
Yeah, we'll be right back here. We'll take a look at the weather. We'll flip the forecast upside down and sniff around and make sure that you know what's headed this way. Stay right there. News Talk 96.5 FM. News Talk 96.5.com. We'll be right back.
Get all the latest news, talk, weather, and sports. NewsTalkWTN.com and 96.5 FM. News Talk West Tennessee includes NewsTalk965.com and NewsTalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you. Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson-Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com. The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking, or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson. Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
It's always severe weather season in West Tennessee. When severe weather strikes, we are here for you. 96.5 FM, newstalkwtn.com.
It's March, and madness is in the air. Well, it's March for one more day.
Yeah, this day.
This day. Tomorrow, it's April, and it's March Madness turns into April Madness. With the NCAA, we're going to be out at Bourbon and Barley's today from 3 till 6. Get you ready for the Final Four.
Wow, I can't believe it's down to the Final Four already.
21 televisions, not a bad seat in the house.
Wow,
and of course,
21
great
TVs.
food, and it's just over the top. Fabulous. We're going to give away gift certificates today from Bourbon and Barley, so come by and see us. Join News Talk 96.5 FM at Bourbon and Barley's, broadcasting live today, 3 till 6. Dr. Mark Fowler, I'll be there with him. Gino Langley, you coming by, Laura?
I might.
You
Depends
ought
on the
to.
weather, I guess. Yeah, it depends on if we're in a tornado
we're
warning
indoors.
or not. Yeah, you're indoors. That's right.
Bourbon and Barley's, Union University Drive in Jackson, across the street from Starbucks. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com. We'll see you there this afternoon. Let's get to the weather presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash.
And
Dustin
not just houses, you know. He buys land, he buys trailers, he buys all kinds of things.
Yes,
Yeah.
Laura,
Yeah.
that's right. DustinBuys.com. Dustin Buys. .com. Dustin Buys. .com for Dustin Ring. Melissa, did you... The weather breaking down like this right here, folks. We're gonna keep our eye to the sky for you, so we'll watch the sky. So you just keep watching the road. Make sure you keep it on the road. Here's the latest from the National Weather Service as we continue to follow this developing weather situation here in West Tennessee. 64 was showing here at Midtown J-Town. It's 62 out at USJ. Wind advisory in effect. That kicked in this just a few minutes ago. Runs till 1 o'clock tomorrow morning for all of West Tennessee, all of our listening area. 7 a.m. What I say, actually, there's kicked in at 7 a.m. this morning. It doesn't matter. Both those times have passed. Wind advisory right now till 1 o'clock this morning, or tomorrow morning. Gusty winds could blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down, and a few power outages may result. Be prepared. Use extra caution when driving, especially if operating a high-profile vehicle. Officially, here's the way it looks, presented by Dustin Ring, DustinBuys.com. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Mostly cloudy this morning, as you can tell. Showers and then thunderstorms this morning. Showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms this afternoon. Some thunderstorms may produce damaging winds, large hail, and also and large tornadoes. Windy, highs in the mid-70s, south winds 50 to 25, gusting up to 45. Chance of rain is 70% today. Tonight, mostly cloudy, showers, thunderstorms likely this evening, then mostly clear after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. Windy, lows in the mid-50s, southwest winds 15 to 25, gusting up to 45 tonight. Then decreasing down to 35 after midnight. Chance of rain, 90%. So that's the way that looks. It's again presented by Dustin Buys Houses, DustinBuys.com, DustinBuys.com. It is 8:56, and it's 64 degrees here in Midtown, J-Town at News Talk World Headquarters. And it's a pleasure to have you along with us this Friday morning. Tomorrow's April Fool's. We would do some April Fool's stuff, but we jumped the shark with that. I think the first one we did back in the day with the Tennessee Dome with me and Harris, the narrator Barbara, and Brother Dave was involved with that. The Tennessee and the space age pimp Jeff Rice in his interview with. That's not the right. There's a specific number. But
yeah, that's on his contract.
No. There's a specific one for us that she was supposed to write down. Yeah, thank you so much, sweetheart. How would you have known that? You wouldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't have.
You said no.
I'm doing research for Dan Reeves.
That's it.
If he doesn't like it.
Yeah, but thank you, sweetheart.
You're welcome.
State Representative Chris Todd's going to stop by just after the top of the hour and chat with Laura and I. And we'll try to make sense of all with State Representative Chris Todd. One of those, what's going on here? And who is it that's peddling outrage? The United States of conspiracies, political opponents equal mortal enemies, lies, conspiracies flourish. Lizard people, teleportation, false flag attacks, conspiracy theories on auto.
Hey, conspiracy theories are like 36-0 right now. There are so many conspiracy theories that people said could not have possibly been true that have proven true over the last year or two.
There's a lot of conspiracies that don't even have a theory.
Yeah, that's right. That's true too.
We have put I've run through all my words. I don't have that many.
Dan, no, this can't be.
This cannot be. I only have a few. I've already ran through them.
It's a little too early to run through all your words.
Yeah, it's I'm gonna have to circle back so I have to start over. But it's strange out there, folks.
It is strange out there. That's why we're here, to try to help you get through it.
And Chris Todd is pretty much always the adult in the room. So when Chris comes in, it's his responsibility to make me feel a little better. So Chris, just so you know that we're all depending on you.
Yeah, we're depending on you.
We're depending on you. It's a scene out of an airplane.
That's right.
Not a big deal, but we all depending on you, sir, as the plane is crashing. We'll be right back. Stay right there. It's 8:59 and it's 64 degrees in Midtown, J-Town. News Talk 96.5, News Talk 96.5, and .com. You can watch the replay of last Thursday night. It's the Mayoral debate. News Talk 96.5.com.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Describing his father's indictment as weaponized justice at its absolute worst, Donald Trump Jr. says it's also a glaring example of hypocrisy. He writes, they don't do this to the Biden administration or the Biden family, or to the Clintons, or to any one of the corrupt Democrats out there who have made millions and probably billions. We get more from White House correspondent Greg Clugston.
Donald Trump has been indicted by a Manhattan grand jury as the former president seeks re-election and denies any wrongdoing. The The specific charges are not yet known, but they stem from payments made during the 2016 presidential campaign to silence claims of an extramarital sexual encounter. Trump called the indictment political persecution, and his lawyers vowed to vigorously fight the charges. Prosecutors said they were working to coordinate Trump's surrender, which could happen early next week. Greg Clugston reporting.
911 calls reveal the terror in Nashville during the school shooting.
The callers were pleading for help.
Are you in a safe spot right now? I think so.
Recordings of 3 calls were released by police in Nashville. One woman called from the school.
In the art room. Art room. Yes, please hurry. I'm hearing you. They're coming. They're coming. Try to stay quiet. I don't know what's going on there.
Children can be heard in the background. Another caller says he was in a second-floor room and asked the dispatcher to send help. He thought the shooter was on the second floor. I'm Ed Donahue.
They were answering a call of a person with a gun when they were shot. 2 Memphis police officers hospitalized in critical condition, along with the suspect who was wounded when the officers returned fire last evening. Forecasters warning of the possibility of severe storms today across parts of the Midwest and the South. On Wall Street, Dow futures up 110 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest-rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, please contact Advantage Gold right now. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
A Chinese telecommunications giant says profits tumbled more than 2/3 last year.
Huawei is perhaps best known for selling affordable smartphones, but sales in its consumer division have fallen. The huge 69% dive in profits to $5.1 billion is also linked to increasing spending on developing its own software and hardware, including the computer chips that have become a focus of the US-China trade war. Sanctions from the United States and an increasing number of other countries mean Huawei is no longer able to rely on buying them in. It's also a major provider of mobile phone network infrastructure, but restrictions mean it is looking to diversify.
The BBC's Jonathan Josephs. Syrian state media says Israel has launched airstrikes on the suburbs of Syria's capital for the second day in a row. State media says the strikes killed an Iranian advisor. News and analysis at townhall.com. A bill that would make it a crime to help minors get an abortion without parental consent has won final legislative approval in Idaho.
The Idaho measure would be the first of its kind in the U.S. It would bar adults from recruiting, harboring, or transporting a pregnant minor without the consent of the minor's parent or guardian. It also would bar adults from obtaining abortion pills for a minor. People convicted of breaking the law would face 2 to 5 years in prison and could be sued by the minor's parents or guardian. The measure now goes to Republican Governor Brad Little. He'll have 5 days to either sign or veto the bill. Otherwise, it will become law without his signature. I'm Ben Thomas.
Richard Branson's Virgin Orbit letting go of almost its entire workforce. The satellite launch company is finding it tough to secure funding 3 months after a failed mission. The company will cut 675 jobs, about 85% of its workforce. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com. See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, M.J. Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is.
You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596. News Talk 96.5 FM weather presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now, 731-200-1362. Friday brings showers and thunderstorms. Winds, 15 to 25. Gusting up to 40 miles per hour. Mostly cloudy tonight with showers and thunderstorms. Winds 20 to 30. Gusting up to 50 miles per hour. Lows in the mid-50s. Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com.
My husband had a gun. Him and his friends would go shooting. The ammunition, unfortunately, was not stored separately. In a million years, we never thought that Emily could. There's a hole in our family that can never, ever be filled.
63 Americans a day die by gun suicide. With safe gun storage, we can give our loved ones a second chance at life. Learn more at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and News Talk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you. It's always severe weather season in West Tennessee. When severe weather strikes, we are here for you. 96.5 FM, newstalkwtn.com.
8 minutes past 9. Good Friday morning, Dan Reeves. Laura Lehman. Hi, Laura.
Oh, Danny, good morning.
The book is your new book?
You know, my new book's a little stulted. We've got a little stultifying situation going on with my new book. Just between me and the person who's working on it, you know, we've got to... You know, I got to pay her.
Well,
she did a lot of work on the book. So we're
people
the
are funny like that.
It's you know, it's two books. It's book 2 and book 3. So they're gonna be coming. They're coming down the line. They're coming down the line real soon. So
yeah, the weather.
We'll keep our eyes open for that.
Well, the weather outside is going to be frightful. Let's take a look at go inside the numbers and take a look at the latest as we continue to follow this developing weather situation. Weather presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses. DustinBuys.com. He buys houses fast for cash. The phone number to reach Dustin Ring is 731-200-1362. If you're going through a divorce, if you have are you behind on your mortgage, don't wait till it's too late. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. 731-200-1362. Well, the latest on this developing weather situation. High winds and showers and thunderstorms today. We get a wind warning, high wind warning. that runs through tomorrow morning. Wind advisory until 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. Gusts over 50 miles per hour this afternoon, late this afternoon, and tonight. Winds out of the south at 15 to 25 and gusting up to 50 miles per hour. So I got a new trampoline after that that last storm. I may get another new trampoline.
I got a trampoline in my backyard last storm.
And these storms may produce large hail, and they say large tornadoes.
I hope not.
I mean, a small tornado does a lot of damage. You get into these large tornadoes, that's not necessarily good news. So tomorrow, after the storm passes this afternoon and tonight, windy and 63 degrees, the high tomorrow. So much cooler tomorrow, and the winds gusting up to 20 tomorrow out of the northeast.
But sunny.
Make it
it's
feel,
supposed to be sunny.
Yeah, it'll make it feel cold tomorrow. Gusting up to 35 miles per hour tomorrow out of the west, and then they'll switch around to the northeast. But Sunday looks glorious, sunny and 63.
Lovely.
Southeast winds at 5. That'll be nice. Chance of rain Sunday night, but nothing like the weather that's going to be here this afternoon. Monday, mostly sunny and 71. Looking at next week. Here's what it looks like, folks. Monday, 71 degrees, and we're going to be 78 on Tuesday, and then rain all the way through Saturday.
It will be April, right? April showers.
April showers bring May flowers. May flowers bring more sinus trouble, allergies. Is that a pessimistic way to look at it?
That is a little pessimistic. You know, we ought to be excited about the flowers. It's the fuel for the pollinators. It's what makes us have a food supply. We should be kind of excited about those.
Laura, you just... The way you look at life is just so underdog. Oh, thank you, Laura. Look at this. Our friend, our state representative, Chris Todd, is in the house, and ain't no doubt. Hey, Chris.
Good morning, Dan and Laura.
I got to say, he smells good. He smells really nice.
Must be the flower.
Yeah.
What is it, high karate? You look nice, Chris.
Thank you, sir.
He looks and smells nice.
Yeah.
Casual day this week.
Oh.
That is casual for Chris.
Yeah.
Nobody's three-piece suits. Mantoni, Bertolini, his number one choices. Taylor Fit from Cambridge Men's Store. He always looks
Is he
nice.
talking about candy, or what's he talking about?
De Niro, Pacino, Mantoni, Bertolini. Well, Chris, how are you, first of all? And Easter it's early in April this time around, isn't it?
Yeah, next Sunday.
Like the 9th?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A week from Sunday is Easter.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right?
Lordy. It's okay, so here it is upon us.
Yeah.
We've almost made it through another winter, although it's been not that harsh of a winter. But things get a little bit, well, it's interesting. It's in Nashville just the other day. What were you there, and what happened?
Oh, yeah, yesterday morning. This was, I've had several refer to this as the January 6th insurrection in Tennessee.
Oh,
and it really almost was. I mean, other than... we didn't have a speaker telling our law enforcement to leave doors open and escort folks in like they did in D.C., but we certainly had members inciting, close to a riot.
Wow.
They were literally calling for a riot on the House floor. They took over the chambers by just creating a disruption.
Right.
Three members, actually, primarily. Two were on the bullhorn. They brought in a little electronic bullhorn and just started raising Cain and inciting the folks in the gallery that they had invited in to fill the seats in the balcony.
Mm-hmm.
And they'd been out of order a few times during the first part of the session. And this happened right after I presented a bill. I had a bill that would grandfather in a lot of students in our state from the ESA program. There was a lawsuit just as soon as that ESA program was passed, and it tied things up for 2.5 years and created a situation where a number of our most vulnerable children in some of our most poverty-stricken areas in the state were kept from being a part of that program. And so this just grandfathered them in and allowed them to come in, and so that passed. And then as soon as that passed, they started this mess and started getting the voices raised, and enough noise that we could not conduct our business.
Wow.
And then as we called for recess, they moved up to the podium actually with their bullhorn and started again chanting things like "no action, no peace," and things like that. And so their main focus seems to be gun control. They want to disarm law-abiding citizens so that they feel a little safer. And that is their ultimate goal here. And they want to do it not by the normal procedures and laws that we have on the books and by our Constitution, but they want to do it by, mob rule. And that's what they were trying yesterday.
It's some of the chants I was reading this morning, gun reform now. And you think that gun reform is what it was? What I read, there was 1,000 or so people that's crowded into the marble rotunda in the chamber gallery. So how close to the floor did they get?
Well, they were kept outside, and we had folks in the gallery, which the public can come into any time. But if they get disruptive and are inhibiting us from doing our normal business, then the speaker can have them removed. And he had some of them removed that were refusing to be quiet.
So you guys had the doors closed and were in session, but you could hear all the chant.
They were loud enough that we could hear them inside. And if the door ever opened, it was really loud. When they were at their height. And at some point after we came back into session, after this all took place, and these three instigators that are members of the House were, I think, convinced by their leaders that you're going to hurt things for all of us if you continue this.
Right.
Then they got back to their seats and we resumed our business. And then at some point the crowd outside dispersed. I mean, they had already dispersed out on the grounds. There were a lot of folks before we went into session outside and inside, but the ones outside kind of dispersed. The best I could tell, we only really had one or two vantage points, two sides of the Capitol that I could see when I went out on the balcony. But,
was it any security officers or police beating?
We had THP. No, not that I know of. I mean, they were a little rough, pushing and shoving kind of thing.
Did you feel in danger?
I never felt in danger. Now, I think some of our staff probably did, and expressed that. Yeah. But I never felt any danger.
That mob mentality is scary, right?
Yeah.
You never know what they can do, what they will do, right?
What's the difference, you think, Chris? Because there are people asking yesterday between a peaceful protest and a mob type push.
A peaceful protest is where you want to show up and you want to chant something or hold a sign. That's one thing. But when you're literally pushing and shoving people, preventing them from doing their business, they're not affecting just 99 of us. There's literally 7 million people they're affecting by doing this and shutting things down. That's really what this is about. And
were you guys able to continue on?
Oh yeah, we had normally we have 25 items max on our calendar, but we rolled all of Monday's business to yesterday because of the shootings that happened midday, and this just didn't seem right to do any business. We kind of came in, checked in, did the minimum, and they grandstanded. Then they took advantage of a really bad situation and tried to grandstand and again call for this kind of a thing, and take advantage of a tragedy, as they'd always do. They do not. The left does not let a crisis go to waste. They're going to maximize. every
opportunistic.
Absolutely, and it's really sickening. It's encouraging to see people get involved in the process, both from showing up. We always encourage that, but also calls, emails. And have had an overwhelming number of emails from folks. I'm just reviewing more this morning saying, do not let them bully you into taking away our rights.
Good.
We have a Constitution, just stick with it. And that's been very consistent, and I would imagine that's going to increase. Folks are just tired of this kind of tactic. And take advantage of a tragedy where a mentally deranged individual does something stupid with a tool and then blame the tool. That's what they're doing. That's what the left does all the time. And they want to take advantage of that so that they can then, in this situation, disarm average law-abiding citizens so they become subjects.
Our state representative, Chris Todd, he's our friend, and he's here with us this morning. And Chris, what do you there? We got calls, of course, about the tragedy in Nashville.
with these children being shot to death. And one of the big things, why can't we do background checks? Because the person that did the shooting had either a personality disorder or being treated for some type of mental illness. And they say, logically speaking, should not have been able to buy a firearm. And legally, he was or she was able to buy a firearm and then was heavily armed, shot, the doors were locked to the school, shot the door handle off and went in and just started over. And if those police officers had not reacted so quickly, it would have been a lot worse than what it was. And I think one of the officers is originally from Crockett County, isn't that right? So do you know?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
And so why can't we do background checks before we allow someone with a mental illness to buy a gun?
I've not had any indication that this individual did not have a background check. May have had as many as 5 background checks if they bought 5 individual guns at different times from a dealer.
But can you check for mental illness?
Well, again, I don't know what they might have been treated for, what this young lady was treated for. Obviously, one of her disorders, she's probably not being treated for, except maybe to exacerbate it and try to normalize it. And this transgender idea that is somehow normal and not a mental disorder is absurd. And so I think that's the first item.
You think they played into?
And I would imagine we will find out if we're privileged to that information, that the combination of hormone therapies and probably some other antidepressants and things like that may have been involved would in combination especially create a situation like this. And that may not be reported. I don't know from a HIPAA standpoint.
I was going to say that, yeah.
A
HIPAA,
doctor
that's
can
a
report
privacy
that,
issue.
So that TBI would know that.
Right.
I think it's more of a privacy issue for children to be shot dead.
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
So
Of course,
I say
feel that
HIPAA. I understand the HIPAA laws, but they need to be changed, in my opinion. And you think that the disorder, as you said, with a tranny disorder may have played a part in it with the hormones.
Well, just think about testosterone.
We're going to be able to check. Why can't we check for that?
And again, I don't know what the rules are around reporting that, but I think that's something we definitely need to look into.
Yeah.
Is should we make sure that doctors, pharmacists have the ability and maybe requirement to report things like that to the TBI so that it goes into the system and at least there's a question there that they have to answer on the form, and if they answer untruthfully, then there's a flag. There's a cause for a pause, and let's check this situation out. But beyond that, what's the basis of what happened? We have a gun-free zone that leaves a bunch of our most vulnerable citizens at risk, and so we've got to harden these targets with multiple ways, multiple things that will protect these children and the employees there. I mean, I think I understood the headmaster literally ran toward this person with 3 guns on her, and the headmaster had none.
Wow.
Just to do what I can do. I'm going to die.
Wow.
Either way, I'm going to die.
How about that?
I mean, that
That's
is true dedication and heroism right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it is one thing for law enforcement. They're no doubt heroes to have run into that, not knowing what they're getting into, but at least they were armed. So for someone unarmed to do this, and that's my understanding of what happened.
Absolutely heroic.
No question about it. But it's also sad that a citizen was put in a position, and maybe just by choice or policy, I'm not really sure. That's something that we're looking into, is what really is allowed right now by law in private school, public school, and then what should we change? I firmly believe that, and many of our citizens know this and realize this because we've tried these other things over and over again. They never work.
What did we try?
The gun control things, outlawing certain things, outlawing certain magazines and that kind of thing. It's absurd. I mean, it's window dressing is all it is. It's just something to make you feel good and make you feel safe. But the things that absolutely work, you never hear of a police station getting shot up. No one runs into a police station. So you think the problem is we don't have enough guns? No, the problem is we don't let people arm themselves in these places, and we create gun-free zones that guarantee a person like this can go in and have success.
Wow.
State Representative Chris Todd is in the House. What do you say to? it might be the way you explained it. It might be a good idea to let to pharmacies to sell guns. So you could, you know
Not
what I mean,
really sure how you're making that connection.
Well, if if they put you through the chest right there, it's she's almost said Chuck Cloud. Chuck Walker is in the house. He just got back from vacation. Hey, Chuck.
He's in a cloud.
Hey, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
How are you doing? You come back home to this news of the shooting in Nashville. And you got an 11-year-old, Chuck took his son Chris down to the beach, and then you come back and hear this. What's your thoughts on this, Chuck?
Well, I'm very curious because we were actually out, Knox and I, not Chris, but Knox and I were actually out playing on a catamaran when all this happened. And I got back in my Walker Talks Facebook page. I had multiple messages of people, and, from eradicate trans people. This is a disease. This is a mental illness. We need to eradicate them all. To reduce guns, to everything. And so obviously, and number one, I'm going to start off saying I'm extremely proud of you because I was coming in here today to blast every politician in the world, but you did the one thing that I wanted. If we really protect kids, and you and I have some disagreements about fundamentally some things, but that's cool. If we want to protect kids, there's no one out there who I think gets a vote of anything that doesn't want to do that, right? That's something that should be very bipartisan.
Right.
I want this as a voter, as a talk show host, as a business owner, as a citizen of Tennessee and of Jackson, Tennessee. I want us to take the same, 10 times more fervency on doing this. It stinks. I don't want our schools to look like a prison. But if you ask the parent, and we have a friend who was very good friends with a couple that lost their daughter. If you ask them right now, they would say, oh, yeah, we probably needed more protection. I don't know what the idea is, but no one votes for me. Hopefully they just listen. I don't know if it's single point entry. I don't know if it's reinforced doors. I love the idea of having more security there.
But how about
my ex-wife was a teacher. She has a lot of stress. She wouldn't want a gun in the classroom. We had that conversation, and that would be the worst thing. Someone who's not comfortable with it.
Absolutely.
But I think that people who go through I love that idea. I love any idea right now as a parent, just like you are, as a parent, any idea that increases safety and reduces the risk.
Access.
I think it's all of the above. I really do think it's all of the above. There are certainly perimeter and interior hardenings, and I was impressed just from the video I saw of this school how once that glass was shot out, the alarm started going off. They had a plan in place for hiding, evacuating, whatever that was, and I couldn't tell what all was going on, but she wasn't meeting any individuals during the first part of that video. But we have a bill actually in the House and Senate that I don't know whether it's going to have a chance now or not, but it would then, by law, set it up to where individuals within a school, public or private, could carry concealed, number one, number two, with a significant amount of training. It's voluntary, obviously. We don't want people that aren't comfortable with that having guns in a school by any means. And so concealed, voluntary, a major chunk of training, and registered with local law enforcement. I'm not even sure in this bill if the principal is allowed to know who carries. So it's literally so that nobody knows, and there's a sign out front of every school in the state that says you will be met with force if you enter this with bad intentions or whatever. It's some wording like that. People are allowed to protect themselves within these walls, and this shooter apparently with their manifesto, and we don't know exactly what it says, but I have indications that they were looking at another target, but that target would have been met with potential force, either by people not being prevented from arming themselves, like a mall where it wasn't posted, or another school setting or another setting to where they knew they would be met with equal force.
Chris, excuse me, Chuck. Chris, this says, I got this information. Homeland Security is from a good source, says there are 5 of those across the state, and there's at least one of those is determined. I think there's one in Lexington determined to be a hoax, but 5 threats from across the state per one of the source asked them to remain anonymous, but they are connected Homeland Security is on these threats. So here we go with some copycats. But I don't hear, to me, in what others say, enough about treating the cause or the actual source. It's like we're giving this problem opiates to try to try to mask the pain.
Band-Aids.
But in reality, what's a country that can't do a mental evaluate or a mental background check on before they sell a gun to someone? That's a recipe for disaster. And we have people at the top in this, apparently in this government. Apparently we have oligarchs that are dividing and conquering this country. You've said the left a few times, and it's vice versa, as if that we are two totally different people with totally different mindsets. And the allegiance today seems to be on, this is what we keep hearing, on the one particular political party or the other one, and you never hear the allegiance to the country. And we just never get to the source of the problem. Treat the source, which is people are angry, they're confused. We are the most propagandized country in the history of planet Earth. We killed the fairness doctrine, well, the Reagan administration did in the 80s. There was never a different outcome possible once that was killed because it was in place to prevent propaganda from getting off the ground. Some people think it was intentional, and it's taken us a while to get here, but here we are, and I don't think we can't survive like this, hating each other in all these shootings. And it's pretty elementary to me. Hey, if you want a gun, we're going to do a mental background check on you to check, see if you have personality disorders or some type of mental illness, and you're not getting the gun until we check. And also, if you'll address that in the second part of this, I keep hearing that because Americans are armed the way we are, that prevented Japan from invading the mainland during World War II. That may be true. I'm not saying it's not. But what was more of a factor, those two atomic bombs, or the fact that I've got a gun in my house and Japan just was not willing to take the chance, although they did take the chance on that second atomic bomb. And if it is true that the reason countries don't invade us is because we have so many guns, the people do, why do we spend so much money on the military? Those are questions I keep hearing and I can't really answer.
I think for every conversation in this realm, the beginning point is what our foundation is. And our foundation is the Constitution of the United States. And it enumerates rights that are given to us by God. It doesn't give us all those rights. It doesn't provide those rights. It recognizes those rights and says we must protect them first and foremost. And one of those rights is that Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. And it wasn't from a foreign invasion. It was from a tyrannical government.
A well-regulated militia.
Absolutely.
Now we don't even have training.
Well, regulated and the militia, that's critical. Regulated at that time meant well-armed and prepared.
But what does it mean today?
Not constricted. And today it means more constricted, where I'm going to put constraints on you and I'm going to put restrictions on you in today's definition. But at that time it was trained and ready.
We didn't have a military the way we do today back then.
Exactly.
So
citizens were the military.
We have a well-regulated militia, which is our military now.
And we have a militia now. Every 17-year-old by U.S. Constitution, every 17-year-old male in this country that's not part of the active military is part of the militia by law. Most people don't realize that. Don't think about that. But that is the case.
That's in name only,
the beginning of the conversation.
They're on their iPad, and they don't know that.
Well, sure. But that, to me, that's the beginning of the conversation is, okay, what are the guidelines? What is the box we have to play in? And we've all agreed to play in that box called the Constitution and the rights enumerated in it. And quite frankly, nowhere in there does it say the government guarantees to keep you safe. You are allowed to keep yourself safe.
But it does say that the government is supposed to, it's government of the people, for the people, by the people. 70% of the people want to see background checks for mental evaluations.
Again,
and the representative republic is supposed to.
Without infringing on those rights.
Well, how about the rights of the kids that were killed?
No, I have no question about that.
Yeah.
But that to me is another part of the conversation. You start with the foundation. And so within that box of those rights that are protected by all of us that are representing, where can you go within that box and not get outside that box? And so the first conversation that I hear usually is, I know what the Constitution says, and I believe in the Constitution, but... And every time I hear that word, I know where the conversation is going then. I'm willing to throw some of those rights out so that you make me feel safe. That's usually the next sentence.
Like separation of church and state clause, but...
There is no separation of church and state
It doesn't
clause.
say that, but there is. It's a secular constitution to separate church and state.
It's not.
It's not?
No, it's not.
You mean read it?
Again,
I'll read
when
it.
you go back
Let me read
to
it
the
to you.
beginnings...
No, it's a question. I want to read it to you, and you can tell me what it means. But go ahead.
The federal government was established by the states. Don't forget that. States are the center of our government. We established the federal government by the states.
The people,
and many of those states had their own state religion, and that was put in there so that the federal government could not establish an overarching religion
exactly.
for the country.
The other side of that is what? That the church couldn't do the same thing.
You can't force the state. You can't force individuals to be part of that religion.
Right.
Nor the
you
state
can't
to
infringe on their ability to practice their religion.
And it protected others that didn't choose to participate in religion to guarantee that the church couldn't make laws to restrict and infringe on their rights.
Exactly.
Separate the church and state. You just described it.
That's not necessarily separation of church and state.
Otherwise, it's a theocracy.
The common denominator or definition right now is that you cannot have a religious belief imposed on your laws.
A moral
For example,
compass, right.
You as representative are not allowed to use your moral compass, your religion, to influence your votes.
Right.
And that's not what it meant at all. It doesn't mean that. So, but that's a whole different topic. Back on the topic at hand, again, we start with that foundation, and then we build from that. Okay, what within that box can we do? Are background checks infringing on that right? I don't believe so. Would a mental background check or something like that, however you want to describe it, infringe on those rights? Well, it depends on who sets those rules.
Yeah.
That's he who makes the rules is going to rule this.
Right.
And so, what definitions do you put in there? And that's open for conversation. But we have to stay within that box of rights. And 99% of the time, the conversation wants to go outside that box and say, well, I'm willing to trample on these rights so that I feel safe over here.
State Representative Chris Todd, he's our state representative, is in the House. The Establishment Clause, also referred to commonly as the separation of church and state. The first clause in the Bill of Rights states that Congress shall make no laws respecting an establishment of religion. It protects the church as much as it does the state.
That's pretty clear.
And and so that's the separation of church and state. You say it's not in there.
Religion. Make no laws establishing a religion.
Or religion shall make, essentially, vice versa.
Shall make
religion,
no law.
we shall not be a theocracy.
Yeah.
Right?
Certainly.
Yeah.
But we are heavily influenced by Judeo-Christian values and principles all through the Constitution. Those rights.
Now you're getting outside the box.
You're
getting outside the box you just drew.
What does the Constitution say?
It's a secular constitution.
It says these rights are granted by God. They're recognized in this Constitution
Well,
as
if
being
they're
granted
rights,
by God.
if our rights were given to us by God, then what are we worried about? The man can't overrule God.
Can't overrule, but they can certainly infringe on those rights.
So
And
God
we have
wrote.
that
Do you
replete
think
in
God
our
wrote
law
the
right now.
Constitution?
He was influential.
Chris Todd, our state representative, is here. The founding fathers. One of the things that they said that sticks out to me, Chris, is that in order to maintain our democracy, our representative republic, which is the most modern form of democracies, that the citizens, the voters, the people must be informed. Do you think we are?
Not adequately. I also think that in the Tennessee Constitution, for sure, it directs citizens to be involved as well and to inform their representatives. So I'm very encouraged every time I see an email. I don't care what the opinion is, what they're telling me to do or not do. I'm encouraged that they're involved. And that's what we need.
Chris, you always come in, man. That's the way it should. Not everybody does, but you do. Thank you for doing that.
Just average citizen being involved. That's what I'm talking about. Just like yesterday, I was thrilled to see those people show up, whatever their motive was. Now, again, they crossed the line in a number of ways beyond the peaceful protesting that they're allowed to do.
You compared it to January 6th insurrection.
I said others were comparing it to that. The violence wasn't there. There are a number, like I said, our our speaker wasn't directing folks to open doors and allow them to come in and swarm the chambers and go down that road like we had in the January 6th event. That's been proven now that folks, literally law enforcement, Capitol Police, escorting these protesters in and opening doors for them.
Well, I saw that
didn't
live.
happen.
I saw that live that day. I watched.
It got scrubbed for a while.
It sure got scrubbed. I saw all of the live footage.
So what are y'all saying?
It was amazing. They let
it
him
was
in.
a setup.
Yeah, well,
that's what we're saying.
Who set it up? Who do you think set it up?
Pelosi and Schumer. Who else would have?
For,
Who else
no,
had
I'm
that
just
power?
asking.
They had the power.
Why would
to
they?
do that.
Why would they do that? Because
they
their guy
wanted to force
won.
that vote. But there was a vote in the Senate, if you remember. That's what this was all about.
That's right.
To certify the election, and there was some question about what some senators were going to do. So let's go in and scare them to death, literally make them fear for their lives.
Yeah.
So you think they set that all up?
Absolutely.
I do too.
Absolutely.
But all, they had the
Look
people.
at all the evidence you have now that's finally been released after we kicked
watched
the
it.
Democrats out of control in
Wait a
the
minute.
House.
So where's it been released? On Tucker Carlson?
But partially, yeah.
He's been sued again, and the first 2 times he was sued, his attorney in court, here's his defense. No reasonable person would believe what my client says.
But that doesn't change the video. That's very true what you're saying.
But the video evidence.
The video
That
part
was,
of that,
yeah, but that was
does not change.
No, but it was, how many, was it? It was 3 minutes out of like 400 hours. Is
400 hours?
Yeah,
It
a
didn't
video.
last that long.
I think it was
today.
40
No,
hours
that was,
of
that's how,
videotape.
or 40 hours, it was 40 hours, it was edited down to 3 minutes.
That means culminated of many
Yeah.
different,
And his, and
cameras.
his defense in court by his lawyer, no reasonable person would believe what my client says. That's another way of saying, I think he was lying.
Well, it's also
I
don't
can't- I
shoot the
can't-
messenger.
I can't believe- no,
don't shoot the messenger.
The messenger.
The video tells the tale.
No. There's 3 minutes of 40 hours, and the guy that's showing it to you, that's editing it, has repeatedly used, no reasonable person will believe what I say. That's another way of saying I'm lying, folks, and it doesn't seem to hit home.
I think both things can live in the same world. I think that some people can be walked through. I saw the video. That wasn't edited. They were opening doors, just like I said. I saw the exact same video. I also saw video where people were out of control, where they were shoving, where they were destroying. They were looking for. So I think both,
those doors were open in some of the
both possibilities can exist. Some people were there and they thought, okay, well here. I mean, I can't get it around my head like, oh wait, they're letting us. I can't. I'm not trying to defend anyone there, but I think some people were there thinking, okay, it's okay to be here, and then some people were there to cause harm. But we see that. We saw that in the riots of 2020. We're so off topic from when I came in for, but we saw that with the riots of 2020 in the summer. Some people were actually there saying, BLM, which I think that's a whole other show about all the money that was abused and stuff there. But some people were there to protest, which is an American right.
Yes.
And then I do believe that some people were there to cause a ruckus, and I think some people were sent in. I think all three things live in the same 10 blocks.
Yeah. But if you've ever been to the Capitol, if you've ever toured the Capitol, any reasonable person looking at their experience of getting to and in that Capitol would know there is no way physically a crowd of any size is going to get in that building without bodies piling up at the door unless those officers are told to not do their job. There is no way that would happen.
That was a lot of people
out there, 14,000 hours of January 6 footage to lawmakers that was provided. And I think Tucker ran 3 minutes of the 14,000 hours after it was edited down. Numerous clips this is an entirely this will take up an entire show. We'll get to that. This in the text line, the Advanced Rehab and Medical text line says, "Dear Dan, crime bill 94 banned assault weapons from 1994 until 2004, and assault weapon crimes went down. Bush 2 let the law expire, and assault weapons went up. The sales went up. So that was from 1994 to 2004.
Did they make those weapons disappear? No. All it did was drove the cost up. If you owned one, you suddenly had something worth more money. That's all that changed in that time period.
What
and
says
I've got
there?
a feeling
So
if those statistics are challenged, they would be found to be bogus as a $3 bill.
Do you have something
I
to
don't.
the contrary?
I haven't looked that up. I mean, that's just out of the blue, Dan. We were kind of talking about something else.
Yeah, but the way you said it, I thought you may know the
I just
stats.
know you can prove anything with stats. You can go find anything with stats.
But you don't have any. What can you prove it out of?
It's not something I have in my pocket.
Representative Todd, let me ask you a couple things. Going back to this school shooting, because like I said, I've
you
been
don't
on
have any
air all week.
personality either, Chris.
No.
Because of this, have any of the bills that you've proposed, like the carry the long gun, have you had second thoughts about that? Number one. Number two, how much influence, and this is me just asking because I want to know who to be mad at if this doesn't happen in the next year, right? And that's just me being honest. I mean, I don't this is any party. Does the state of Tennessee have the power? Because I know that like a lot of the standards and stuff are done federally, at the federal level, to make these changes in the school relatively quick, number one. And then number two, because of this, have you second thought any of your positions on long rifle carry, anything like that?
Well, that first question, no, absolutely.
Okay.
You always rethink. You're always assessing, am I within that box of the Constitution? And so I know I am solidly. I've reassessed that over and over again, and there's no question I am. And it doesn't change what happened Monday. It doesn't change what's going to happen next week. When we enact that and we allow folks to protect themselves and we take the crime off of a civil right, as we've been instructed by numerous federal courts to do, then that's not going to make folks less safe. The long gun issue, 46 other states allow this right now. 46. We are in the likes of New York and New Jersey in preventing folks from carrying long guns. Number one, do you ever hear of an issue with somebody walking down the street in California, for say, or Pennsylvania or anywhere else where they can legally carry a long gun? No, folks don't abuse that. It's a technicality, quite frankly, where right now it's against the law for you to walk from your front door to your car with a long gun in one hand and cartridges for that gun in your pocket. You are violating state law. Now, that's a constitutional right, but we somehow, years and years ago, we infringed on that right, and this is to correct that. I don't think people will abuse that. And it's not going to make people let it
So what about the
just
schools?
Chuck. Right. So you think it's a good idea for somebody to be able to walk in here with a long rifle? Yeah, that's going to change the atmosphere in here.
I didn't say it was a good idea.
Right.
I think they have the right to, and you have private property.
What's my
you
right?
You have the right to restrict that
On
your
private-
private property.
Okay.
Yes. But just them walking out of their door to get to their vehicle, it should not be a crime. It shouldn't be a crime for them to get out of their pickup truck.
I agree
and
with
go
that.
To their boat
I agree with
to
that.
Put their shotgun in their boat.
Yeah.
But it is a crime right now. Now there are exceptions to punishment, and that's all replete in the law, which is absurd. But that's the way it was written, and it was done at a time when this country was healing and recovering from a civil war, and there was a purpose behind these laws, and it wasn't very good.
I think sadly we're spending way too much money on military because again the deterrent for the American people to have so many guns is why I keep hearing that countries don't invade our mainland. But we'll get back to that in a little bit. These people have taken the time to text in, so let's Advanced Rehab Medical text line is you can text the program at 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. My name's Dan Reeves. Chuck Walker's here, Laura Lehman, and our state representative Chris Todd is in the house. This one reads, Chris, is there any chance libs and conservatives can have a civil discussion on solutions to gun violence? The U.S. has more gun deaths than any civilized nation.
My first response to that is there's absolutely that possibility. But one of those sides is going to have to tone it down, be reasonable with the conversation, and again, stay within that box. And when you want to get outside that box of the Constitution and say, but I'm willing to give up some of those rights for other people, maybe not myself, but I'm going to take them from other people, the conversation ends. You can't go past that. We've all agreed by being born in this country to abide by that Constitution. Fortunately, courts with case after case after case are now saying over and over again, we have to stay within that box. And we've got many laws outside of that box. So as long as that conversation can stay within that, there's productive conversation that will and can happen.
130, this comes in on text line, 130 mass shootings so far this year. This does not happen in any other advanced nation. We are the only country in the world that has a Second Amendment right pertaining to gun ownership. Mexico and Guatemala, high murder rates is what this text says, Chris.
And I believe they have some very strict gun laws in those countries. So see how that's working out for them. Australia, same thing.
Chicago.
Private
Very
citizens-
strict gun laws in Chicago.
What about Australia?
Australia. As far as I know, I don't know their laws inherently, but I've had some emails from Australia, believe it or not, and seen some comments from there that you can't have a gun in Australia, yet criminals have guns. So our crime is just as bad. We have this same kind of thing going on.
I've got some insight to Australia. That's not the case. Now you can't. You can go hunting and things like that. They have guns. The main thing is they get a lot of guns in Canada. They're not as mad as we are. And there was a study done a few years ago that why are we so angry in America versus the gun violence, U.S. versus Canada, for example. It's because the way the news is delivered. It's sensationalized. It's the willingness to mislead the American
Look at
people.
what happened yesterday
and
at the Capitol.
And it's the politicians.
All that was sensationalized. There was social media
state capitol?
at the state capitol, and you had individuals inciting this, trying to stir this up when it wasn't.
Well,
it wouldn't happen without them doing
children
that.
were shot, though. People are upset.
Children left school yesterday to be there and were truant in order to come and try to incite.
Hell, you couldn't get me to go back to that school if I was 9 years old.
boy,
I would be
Sure.
malignantly truant.
Yeah,
Because those three kids that are going to be, they're going to be truant forever.
They're dead forever.
Surely the school's not open back.
No, I wouldn't think so.
I can't imagine.
I'm talking about the number of people. We had between 1,000 and
I got
2,000
you. You're saying people
show
checking
up.
their kids
Most
out
of
or
them are very
whatever.
young students.
So real quick, because I know we're getting close to the top of the hour, does the state of Tennessee have the power? And this is a question, right? This isn't. I'm not setting you up for anything because I just don't know. Do you have the power of the state of Tennessee, or would it have to come to the federal level to fund and make these changes for every public school? And then second part of the question is, technically, could you do anything? Could you do anything to have requirements on private schools?
I believe we can allow private schools to do certain things, and we do have the power by law, and I think state law to cover what you just asked. Can we allow people, and that's what a lot of this is permissive.
Right.
Can we allow folks to have policies in their own schools, private and public, to protect those kids? And I believe we do have that power. There are certain federal laws, and I've asked some questions along that line to show me the difference. Show me what those boundaries are federally and where we can go with state law.
But because education's a weird thing, right? It's controlled by the state, but it's governed by the federal government, right? And some of the standards and stuff are passed down from Washington. As a parent, I want to know that something is being done quickly. You know what I mean? There's not a lot I could think of that's more important. And I've watched a million things, from single point entry to multiple entry points with metal detectors. I also have questions. I know we have enough time. Could we move lottery money? I know that's for funding higher education, but we have an abundance of that. Could that be? And I don't know the legal parts of it. I'm just trying to think this out in my head, how we could reduce, because I also believe if we outlaw every gun right now, these shootings are still going to happen. I think that we are where we are for right this minute. Now, maybe in the whatever, but for the next 10 years, I think we're going to be in the same boat. So now we got to stop. We got to start plugging holes.
Yeah, and I think the biggest plug to that is allowing personnel in those schools to be armed with the training and registering with the local law enforcement, and they would govern that. I think that's cheap SROs. Quite frankly, that's individuals that feel comfortable doing that are willing to get that training. And that deterrent alone will prevent this. I'm confident it will. We don't try that. Where it's tried, it works.
Yeah, but Chris, that is a sad.
It's all
that's sad to
it's
say.
All sad.
Hey, we're
gonna
have to give teachers guns. We need to.
That's the selling point for being against this is, I don't want my teacher to be armed.
I don't.
We're not talking necessarily about teachers. We're talking about any personnel in that school.
I know. I'm not.
I know a teacher.
This isn't
that's
addressed
asked me for that ability.
Yeah, I'm not addressing you on this at all. But what I'm saying is, it's a sad state of our country to say we're going to have to give the math teacher a gun in case the next idiot tries to come in and kill kids. it's if we don't get down to the heart of the matter, in my opinion, that is this. We don't have a representative republic right now. We have oligarchs. This is more of a federal thing than certainly a state thing that I'm talking about. And both national parties are corrupt from the ground up. They're doing a two-step dance. It's finally gotten insulting to me to hear this gibberish that flies out of their face. And still they can't get. We can set up Homeland Security to listen to our phone calls, to read our emails.
Right.
But we just can't do a background check to see if someone has a mental illness or a personality disorder before they buy a hand cannon.
How about how many prescriptions they're on? I think about that too. What about the prescriptions, right?
Exactly.
How many medications are
and
they
that's
on?
something I want to look into. Is there a way within the HIPAA laws and all the other federal stuff that we've got to comply with medically to get that somehow in that database with just a TBI?
It's important
data.
Data.
Somebody we can trust. And is that going to infringe on some other right? We got to weigh that out.
Let me get you a couple more texts that have come in here on the Advanced Rehab and Medical text line. Says the ruling class in America wrote the laws, so those laws don't apply to them. BlackRock is now the majority shareholder of Amazon. Jeff Bezos, a 5% shareholder now. I'm not sure.
I have no idea.
I don't think that's a question.
They're very dangerous. BlackRock is very dangerous. Yeah.
The state of BlackRock is that the
Vanguard, BlackRock?
BlackRock.
They own one another. It's if you dig into it, it's very alarming. There's potentially, and this is again, I'd love to have you on our show just so we could talk one day.
Sure, I'd love to come in.
Potentially,
you're talking Chris.
By 2040, and Julie's got this stat that 48% of all homes in America, not Tennessee, will be owned by one of those investment groups, which means only 52% home ownership, which we know what that could potentially do for communities, states, things like that. So
I'm glad you brought that up, Chuck. That's a great
point. Yeah, those things. There's a lot to keep me up at night.
But Chuck and Chris and Laura, a guy that's I think he's assistant manager at a convenience store that I frequent. Heck of a nice guy, and I walk in, he knows what I want. He said, "Do you want 2 packs or 3 packs of those smoke American Spirit?" And we were talking. He said, "Yeah, moved here from Dallas a few years ago. My wife, she's from here. We live at a hotel." And I said, "Why you live in a hotel?" He said, "Man, rent has gone so sky high here, and it's going to continue to go up." And he's an assistant manager. I didn't ask you what he made as far as his income, but. And I think it's what Chuck just brought up is it's going to get worse with these companies buying up so much. We used to have laws against monopolies because it gives people way too much power and they can buy the government. Citizens United comes to mind. And for some reason, I mean, look at Nancy Pelosi and the ability she had when it came to writing legislation concerning credit cards that she benefited tremendously from.
Yep.
And there's others on both sides of the aisle. Insider trading secrets on Wall Street, Chris. That's just
another reason I brought the resolution to the House floor last week, a little over a week ago, to call for an Article 5 convention of the states for term limits on Congress.
Good.
Amen. 82% of your neighbors think that's a really good idea. Now,
can we get the money
other
out?
18% are congressmen.
Yeah, right.
That's true.
Lifelong. Our own congressmen, most of them from the state of Tennessee, agree with this. This is the right thing to do.
Right on.
Of course, yeah.
This text from the Advanced Rehab and Medical text line. The state of New Mexico allows teachers to carry weapons. They haven't had a school shooting. That came in on the text line, Chris.
I haven't researched that. I don't know.
Yeah.
That may be true.
Interesting evidence, right?
Just a common sense thought process about that. Is someone going to walk into a police station, shoot out the front door, and think they're going to get more than 10 feet in there? No, they don't do that, and there's a reason for that. They know what they're going to be met with.
Right.
And that unknown is also the great deterrent. But when you know they're unarmed, where are you going to go if you want to create some kind of a situation like this?
Yeah, Chris, this text from the Advanced Rehab and Medical text line, if we ban guns, only the criminals and military will have them. That is going to solve the problem. What about the video games that the kids play that are so violent and the parents not teaching them the reality of real world? We need more armed people in schools to cut down and make them right now what they're saying is they're a target of opportunity.
Dan, I want to have a bill next week introduced in subcommittee that will allow off-duty police officers and active-duty military to carry in a school. That they can volunteer, they can just come in when they have time, leave, but they don't have to check in with you. Right now they can carry, but they have to either be on orders, military orders to be on that property with a firearm, or if a police officer has to check in with the principal. And this is going to remove those two provisions. And again, that's another little small layer of just the public being able to be involved, and folks that we firmly trust that have been well trained, post certified, all of that. Right. That will be another deterrent within those schools.
Chris, do you want to stick around with Chuck for a minute? Lauren, I've got to get out of here.
I may for just a few minutes.
Awesome.
I don't blame you.
I got to get a little work done with my regular paying job.
Don't be so selfish, Chris.
I know.
Don't be so selfish.
We so appreciate you coming today and everything you do for our state and our people.
You always do, Chris. Thank you for that.
I'll try to work on my shyness.
Thank you, painfully bashful the man is. So he's going to stick around a minute. Julie brought you McDonald's.
Wow.
So here comes Chuck Walker. It's been a while. Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holtz. Bob Ney and Chris Todd's going to stick around for a few minutes with Chuck. This should be interesting. Laura, I love you. Great to see you.
I love you too, Danny. Great to be here. Happy Friday, everybody. Be safe out there this weekend.
Absolutely. It is 10 o'clock. Thank you for listening. Have a wonderful weekend. Join us this afternoon from Bourbon and Barley's from 3 till 6. We'll see you there.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Americans weigh in on the indictment of former president and current presidential candidate Donald Trump.
Just think it's stupid. It's going to not get anywhere, and it will come back.
Speaking out.
Senator Cruz tweets that the Democrat Party's hatred for Donald Trump knows no bounds. He writes, quote, "The substance of this political persecution is utter garbage. The former president denies any wrongdoing in the alleged hush money scheme, in which he is accused of paying a former mistress hush money during his 2016 presidential campaign, then paying his attorney to hide the payments as legal fees. Republicans see it as an effort to weaponize the Justice Department and keep Donald Trump off the ballot in 2024. Bob Agnew reporting.
And the former president says the Democrats have, quote, done the unthinkable, indicting a completely innocent person in an act of blatant election interference. 2 Memphis police officers shot and wounded. It happened last evening as they were looking into a report of someone with a gun. There was a brief foot chase. Shots were fired. The officers and the suspect wounded. The officers and the suspect hospitalized in critical condition. While inflation did rise again last month, at least the pace of the increase was a bit slower than the month before. The Commerce Department reports that consumer prices rose 0.3% from January to February. That was down from a 0.6 increase December to January. Wall Street seems to be pleased with that inflation report. Stocks trading higher this morning. Right now, the Dow is up 180 points. The Nasdaq Composite Index ahead 70, and the S&P is trading 22 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
People ask me sometimes, Lance, I'm worried about my finances, and I feel bad because I shouldn't be worried, right? I realize that inflation is going to be eating up money. I've got to do something to get around this crazy stock market and Biden's spending spree. Gold has, since the beginning of time.
Good Friday morning, all you beautiful people out there. I missed you. I came back a little tanner, a little more broke, if you can believe that. but I came back. Even had enough gas. I didn't even have to ask you for a Venmo, Julie.
I would have done it.
How impressed are you?
I'm so pressed.
You were so pressed.
So impressed.
We've got some crazy weather coming up tonight. You guys be careful out there. We've got State Representative Chris Todd, who we have talked about more so than any politician not named Donald Trump on this show. So we're very excited to have you in studio finally.
Talked about?
Yeah.
I need to know more about this.
About, supported, yelled at, everything. You have run the gamut on this show, sir.
All of the above.
You have run and you know what, though? That's okay. People have talked about me on my own show. I don't cut them off. I just let them talk.
I got in trouble yesterday.
Good. You got a talking to?
Yeah,
Welcome
Rick
to
gave
Talk
me a
Radio.
talking to, and then somebody else called in and gave me a talking to, which I took it. I took it like a champ.
It is part of the job, and it's part of your job too.
Yeah.
Have you realized that yet, Representative Todd? Have you?
First day.
Bob Ney, our very favorite. I enjoyed your interviews, although you seemed a little bit too giddy when I was gone, Bob, former U.S. Congressman from Ohio.
I was just about to say,
Yeah.
and I didn't realize you were back today.
Mm-hmm.
I was just about to say, Julie plays such more cool music.
Oh,
I do.
Get out of here. That
Turn of the Mac. That was my disco era.
I love that song.
I'm telling you right there. And I started as a state rep, so the representative, that's more of the job close to the people, that's for sure. Yeah, I started as a state rep.
Well, and Bob, you were from Wheeling, West Virginia, right? Was that where you were a rep at, or were you a rep in
I was
Ohio?
born in Wheeling, and 3 days later moved across to Blair, Ohio, a little town. You have some listeners, by the way, from the Ohio Valley.
Wonderful.
Because they messaged me and down there, and that live now down in your area. But I started out there, and the Belmont County was, let's see, it had 1,300 Republicans out of 87,000 people. That was it.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Well, you and Representative Todd, he needs to follow you on some social media platforms because we've talked. Bob does radio shows. How many different stations are you on, Bob?
Well, I used to be on 410 stations a day through syndication. I would call 26 shows a day. And then I left that news service, but right now I'm on about 7. Yeah. So I call different parts of the country. But yeah, I started as a state rep, then I went into the state senate, and then Newt Gingrich talked me into running for Congress.
And there we go. And Newt, what a great friend he was.
Yeah, and then I would advise the representative, skip the next part of my life. I went into the Bush housing program, better known as Federal Corrections in Morgantown. So just stay with the
good stuff. Well, and we have actually talked about you with Bob before. He was talking, I think, to a station in Pennsylvania when the drag show bill got passed. You know, we made Saturday Night Live a couple of times, and then our lieutenant governor, got very encourageful a word?
Cool.
Is Randy? He was very encourageful to a
I don't think that's a word.
Person.
That sounds like something Chris Holt would say.
Well, I do want to ask this because we've got you on here and we've got Representative Todd on here, so I'm very, very curious. And I told Representative Todd if he wants to jump in, let's talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Is Julie going to get a mugshot for her bathroom wall next to Elvis's mugshot, Johnny Cash's mugshot? Who else do you have on
Marilyn
there?
Monroe.
Marilyn Monroe's mugshot. Is she going to get President Trump's mugshot? Because that would really set the wall off.
In my
eventually, she'll get one.
So it's going to be like the 6 foot, it's going to be a real mugshot?
I hope so.
Well, this is the thing I wanted, because Julie was messaging me, and we talked about the perp walk.
Yes.
If you look at the movie called Casino Jack, Kevin Spacey plays Jack Abramoff, and Jeff Pustile, who played in Saw, plays me in that movie. And in the movie, they have me coming out of my office in the Capitol, and they have me in handcuffs. And I'm saying, call my wife. And now that never happened. I was never handcuffed. And I said to my lawyers, I said, how come they're not handcuffing me? And he said, oh, no. He said, one, they don't want the trial in Ohio. They demand it's in D.C. Number two, they don't want you handcuffed. He said, it'll get you too much sympathy. I said, really? So that's the truth. They will not handcuff Donald Trump.
Yeah. And then
that will absolutely not
happen.
happen.
Do a mugshot either.
They're not going to do a mugshot?
That's what I understood this morning.
If I were Trump and I weren't already a billionaire, if he got the mugshots inside them and just said $5 a piece, he would be a billionaire again.
Oh, I would totally.
And they may not show. Mine's not available publicly. I'm not sure why, but it's not.
Can you send us your mugshot for Julie's wall?
What's that? No, I don't have one. I mean, it was never ever. Don't ask me why. It was never made public.
Can you get it? Because if you can get it, I will pay you $500, and I will put it in my bathroom.
I can fake one. You know,
Yes.
Bob, you just come down here. I've got some connections. I know the state rep. I'll just take you to the police department. We'll just take a fresh one and give it to Julie. We'll split the money. We'll split the 500.
Have you ever noticed in the actual commode room in my bathroom? You know how you have like your private potty room. It says
we're not that close, Julie. I don't know about that.
Whatever. It says "Welcome to the something show," and it's got like
don't
Biden,
do that with Representative Todd in here.
It's got Biden and AOC and Pelosi and all of them like losing their mind in pictures in black and white. It's the best thing
if you
ever.
Could put Trump's in there, it's mugshot.
Yeah, like
or
I mean,
Bob Nays.
It'll be like AOC, like and like Nancy Pelosi. You know, her teeth are about to pop out, swishing vodka. Like it's my favorite.
Very classy people we have here.
I'm very classy.
So you don't think Trump's going to get a mugshot?
That's what I read this morning.
Okay, but Bob, you think he might?
Well, if he does, it won't be made public. Like I said, I got one. They took, but they don't make them public. So it doesn't exist if it's not made public.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure everybody's read the statement that Trump released on Truth Social. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't make it public because I don't know that this is a bad thing for him. I really don't. I mean, now that we all know that it's happening, I don't know that it's a bad thing.
Yeah, I think he just won the presidency.
Mm-hmm.
Go
well,
ahead.
there's a few things. There's two sides to this. By the way, we're going to be talking about this because there are going to be so many nuances and twists to this thing. Hang on to your hat. Let me give you a great example.
Mm-hmm.
What about the usual argument in a jury trial about an unbiased jury?
Yeah, how are you going to find that?
Can you imagine when they do jury selection? Who did you vote for? Who did you vote for? Has to be jury selection.
Yeah, what happens there? What do they? There's no way we get to this point, right? This is. I mean, the indictment is. I mean, does this go to court? Like, really go to court?
Well, I think it will go to court. Now, again, let's look at the legal side for a second. And this one's a big deal in the sense of John Edwards. And John Edwards, of course, was a senator. He was there when I was in Congress. And Edwards ran for president. He had a $1 million fund, which he denied. He denied he had a child.
Mm-hmm.
It was an ugly case. His wife was dying of cancer. He had this child out of wedlock. He paid $1 million through the campaign account for the child and for her. And then he lied about it. Then he admitted it. The Justice Department at that time took him to trial and flopped. I mean, flopped. The prosecution stumbled on it. They had no conviction. I think he had 6 felony charges, if I remember right, at the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I point this out is this. The Justice Department, of course, under Trump, but also under Biden, the Justice Department has chose not to indict Donald Trump for this under Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
And because justice knows the history of cases like this with John Edwards. Now, Manhattan's different. You know, look, any prosecutor can, for the most part, can get a grand jury to do whatever they want. You know, the old indicted ham sandwich. They'll do what they want.
Right.
And also there might be a, problem with getting a fair jury in New York for Donald Trump, but justice itself, which is armed with a lot of money and a lot of lawyers, decided not to pursue Donald Trump. So that kind of tells you something. Number 2, on the political side to the thing, this will make no difference. I don't believe there will be massive violence across the country. It's the United States. Look, this is precedent-setting. This is not going to upend the country. Yes, it's precedent-setting. The former president is charged, but it's not going to end up the country's not going to go upside down and die as a result of this. And I just don't believe there's going to be. There might be some violence, but I just don't believe there'll be widespread violence over this. And politically, this is not a good thing for the Democratic side politically, because Trump, like me, I can run for Congress. And people say, you got to be kidding me. No, I can't. You can run with the felony. You can run when you're convicted. You can run for president or for the House or the Senate. So this isn't going to necessarily stop him.
You know, Bob, and I know you know this person, but one of the very best people in this entire town, probably this entire state, is Richard Barber. And Richard is, and he will say all the time, he's like, you know what? Some of the best people I know have a troubled past.
Yeah.
I think if Trump goes to jail, he gets a little street cred. You know, maybe he gets a tattoo, maybe one of those little teardrops like right under the eye.
No.
Like, I'm telling you, you pull in a new wing of voter. I just don't want him to convert to Islam. Other than that, I'm good if he goes to jail.
I lost 62 pounds in jail, so he'll
he
lose
won't
some
have any
weight.
more Big Macs and Diet Cokes. You know, that's like his favorite thing is Big Macs
Right.
slathered in ketchup, steak slathered in ketchup, and Diet
Now,
Coke.
that's the other thing. If he's convicted, he's not going to serve. I mean, they're not going to.
Could you
imagine
imagine
be
him
the
out there,
Secret Service detail that has to go with him?
What if they just made him pick up trash? Like we have that here in Jackson, where like the people get in trouble and they have to wear the little vest and pick up trash. What if they had him do that?
Now, I wonder if they had him do it around the White House. Here's the other thing. You know, you can't write these things. HBO would kick us out if we went and said, hey, let's now do a show about a former president charged. They'd be like, get out of here. You know?
Right.
Now, wouldn't it be something if Biden pardoned him?
Would that not be genius by Biden? Because I will say
I'm
this.
kind of thinking, you know?
Because even DeSantis has said, hey, look, we're not going to whatever the word is there, extradite him to New York or whatever. We're not going to, put him in a van like they did the Hispanics when they sent them to Cape Cod. He's like, we're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike Pence, I saw an interview with Mike Pence last night where Mike Pence, who said, yes, Trump was yelling at people to hang me. Even Mike Pence said, hey, guys, this is ridiculous. I can't imagine they're friends, but I think some of why they're doing this is because they know how dumb this is. And if they don't support it, they're going to look worse as people who could potentially be candidates for president. I think Biden, the same thing. That would be, I think you're right. It would be a great way to neutralize this.
Well, there's another story that nobody pays attention to, by the way, but this will be utilized eventually by Trump's people, and this is not. It might even be utilized during the trial. I don't know, but there was a fund, and this fund existed. I think it started in 1994. I can't remember. 95 maybe. But anyway, the fund paid out for sexual harassment complaints and discrimination complaints on Capitol Hill. And the fund paid to settle with people that were, offended in the process, and it paid taxpayers money to settle it. And by the way, it's secret who got paid. That fund is secret to this day. So my point, I guess I'm telling you, is why don't the lawyers say, well, they had that fund that was paid out for sexual harassment. So what's the difference? It was taxpayers' money. It was kept secret. What's the difference here? Why is this a crime? And I think the prosecutor stretched it to make it the felony.
How many people? I watched a video last night on TikTok before your friends ban it, Bob, and it went through in the video. And most of my stuff is political stuff because we do a relatively political show, state, local, and national here for 3 hours every single day. And so most of my stuff is political. And I think that TikTok has something that Facebook can't replicate, or Instagram or anything, or YouTube with these reels. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot of money behind getting out. Their algorithms are great. It gives me right-leaning national and state news, from the state of Tennessee to national news. Right, but one commentator who's a radio host, which, Julie, why don't you and I do TikToks? I don't understand it. But he
because
was
you
doing.
Don't make time for me to do it.
Oh, whatever. He's got 3 hours. Don't act this way in front of the representative. But it said, we got Bob Ney on the phone, Julie. He said that he started listing all the people around Trump that had been arrested. And it was like 14. I quit counting at like 12 or 14, somewhere like right around that number. He was going so quick, I couldn't write the names down for the show. That part, if I'm being objective, and I was a Trump fan, and still am, because Lord knows my retirement was in better shape. I had multiple $100 instead of just one. But That's kind of bad, right? They say you're the culmination of the 5 people you spend the most time with.
Oh, I'm in a mess.
Right? But
that is my children.
We've never really had that, have we, Bob? Like, there's never been a politician with that many people around him that have gone to jail.
Well, there was a considerable amount around Trump, so I don't know the history of, who had the most convictions in the presidency, but I would say his administration would be up there.
Oh, it's definitely up there. It's definitely up there. Now, somebody commented on there that the Clintons just had him killed, but I didn't think that was nice, and I'm not going to repeat that on air.
Well, who had control of the Justice Department?
At the time?
Exactly.
Okay.
When all these came down.
Well, that's true. The Democrats were in
control.
charge.
And they've been in control for a long time
Yeah,
in
they
those
have.
bureaucracies. They just
Oh yeah,
were
and there's the state representative is correct, because there are institutional people in there. People say, well, that's the Trump administration, but there are institutional people in there that have been there for a while.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Bob, something that, and this is kind of off subject, but this is interesting. Representative Todd, what is it where you're trying to I know you brought it to the floor for the state of Tennessee to pass, is it Article 5 for the limits on congressmen, for term limits on congressmen?
Yeah, it's calling for an Article 5 convention of the states, specifically for term limits for Congress.
We need that.
What are your thoughts on
that?
that?
Oh, by the way, I did a Google cheat. This is shocking. Ronald Reagan had the most investigation, indictments, or convictions of 138 administration officials.
Wow.
So
that blows my mind.
Look at that trend. Very strong, powerful conservatives that made significant changes, that were bold, that got a lot of public support. But yet the bureaucracy was the same before, during, and after. And once they are out of office, the hammer comes out. Clintons, of all people, if those bureaucrats had been objective in their job, the Clintons would have been under the jail.
We thought you had death threats before, Chris. Here we go.
Without a question.
Here we go. You mess with a
Well,
Clinton.
if you look at if you look just one thing with the Clintons, just one, which was the international online school, which the State Department under Hillary gave, if my memory serves me right, I carried this story a lot, $55 million. Bill Clinton then became chancellor honorarial, chancellor of the school for like $16 million or whatever. Hey, you want to connect a dot?
Convenient.
I mean, that one smells so bad that, but again, like my Uncle Lewis used to say, justice and the law are a million miles apart. It depends who's going to do what. Justice Department chose not to indict Trump, and Manhattan did.
It's interesting. Bob, this comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. A couple people said Ronald Reagan had more than anyone, but this is one of our texters that we go back and forth with all day. We really enjoy this. He said Reagan's administration indictments were mostly centered around the Iran-Contra scandal.
Mm-hmm.
No Google cheat here. Then he did like the little sunglasses emoji. So that's pretty good. I didn't know that. That would make sense to me,
I would
though.
imagine a lot of them were. That's where Ollie North got in trouble. A lot of people got in trouble over the Iran-Contra.
Yeah, former U.S. Congressman from Ohio, Bob Ney, joining us, author of the book Sideswiped. Are you a reader, Chris?
Not much. No.
Not much.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm not either, but I've started Sideswiped. I bought it when I was on the beach. It's great. It's very,
so good.
very good. Yeah, I got it when I was on the beach because Bob keeps saying he's going to come down here and bring me a copy, but I got tired of waiting on him.
I am.
So expect that check in the mail, Bob. What are people going to, I know what CNN's going to do and MSNBC and all these outlets. What can Biden do or anybody else do, people against Trump? What are they going to say? The first, former president that's ever been indicted? Like what's the negative impact on this? And is any of it lasting? Because I've always said nobody is undecided about Donald Trump. Not one person that I've never met one human being undecided about him.
Right. Again, it still takes his name to the forefront. He still will dominate the news off of this. This will go on and on. And if he's convicted, there'll be an appeal. If he is found innocent, then it's full steam ahead charging into D.C. No question about it. But if he's found guilty, there'll be an appeal, and he can still run. So I believe this gave some life, in a sense, to the campaign. People would say, "Well, how can you think that?" Yeah, a lot of people will believe that this shouldn't have rose, to this level, and there'll be all kinds of comparisons. Bill Clinton. When Bill Clinton came out of office, he wasn't taken to trial for perjury. There'll be all of these comparisons people will use in either direction. If President Biden is smart, he will say nothing. This is a court process. I'm not going to comment. Should be his comment.
Yeah. And
if he can even put that many words together.
Right. Right. I tell you, this story, I'm curious because last I'd seen, it said that Trump was going to turn himself in the first of next week.
Tuesday, I think.
Is it Tuesday? Well, I know what we're talking about Monday, Bob.
And again, they're not going to do handcuffs. That will not happen. It just won't happen.
It would be the best.
It doesn't happen in a lot of cases. Didn't happen in mine. It won't happen in his.
No, and it honestly shouldn't. Other than just people like Julie who collect famous mugshots. Other than stuff like that out there, there's really no need.
Well, it depends what you do. Now, some of the people with Jack Abramoff, the scandal I got involved with, they drug them out of their houses in their gym shorts. But then it depends on the crime. If it's a real hideous thing, then they'll handcuff you.
Bob, one more coming in our advanced rehab text line says Bush Jr. or Cheney didn't go to a gulag for invading the Middle East illegally, so this Trump crap is petty politics. So there you go.
Like I said, there's going to be all kinds of comparisons out there. There's the legal side to this thing, which good luck. Imagine during this trial of the media and their obsession with the jurors. Looking into your second cousin, if you're on the jury, who's your second cousin, and did they work for Biden or Trump or whatever? There's going to be all kinds of stuff going on that side of it. The legal side is going to be a nightmare, I would argue. And then there's the other side comparing. We've heard Iran-Contra. We've heard about Bush and Cheney, and I raised the issue of Clinton. There's going to be endless arguments.
It's everybody but Jimmy Carter. It's every president but Jimmy Carter has been caught up in something. And Jimmy Carter was just a nice man. Not a very good president, but a really nice man.
He's a good
man. He really, he's a very nice man. I've talked to him, and he's just a nice guy, no question about it.
He reminds me a lot of myself.
People didn't like, but
reminds me a lot of myself if I were nicer.
It reminds me of Julie.
Oh, okay. Now you got to go, Bob.
No,
now you're
Bob
leaving.
loves me.
Former U.S. Congressman from Ohio, Bob Ney, author of the book Sideswiped, our very good friend. Bob, it's great to hear from you. You did phenomenal last week. I listened on Monday and Wednesday.
Okay.
I've learned
Thank
you guys didn't even need me. It made me very sad.
Me and Bob are best friends now. You're out.
Oh, well. It's all right. It's not the first time I've been dumped, Bob. It's okay. No, it's also not the first time I've been dumped by somebody with a record, so we'll just let that sit where it's at.
Oh, my gosh.
Bob Ney, we love you, brother. Have a great
Thank
weekend.
you.
Bye, Bob.
Bob Ney there. I love Bob. He's got a great story. You need to look into it because now he was a won a rep seat in a 80% Democratic controlled electorate there, won it. Really worked on both sides really well, and was also what I would say the last time our Congress was really effective was when Newt Gingrich was the Speaker of the House and we paid all that debt off. Yeah. Right. Was it the New Deal or the deal with America? I think is what contract with America.
I want to break in real quick because this is pretty important.
Okay, but then hurry because we only got Representative Todd for a minute.
WBBJ has cited this in other places. There was a post going around in Henderson County
about Lexington schools. Yeah,
being shot up. And
it's a threat, text threat.
Yes, there's a post going around about it, and they are putting a bunch of security in right now, and they are looking and trying to find the person behind it.
Yeah, they released that this morning. It's great. I'm glad you brought that up. There was a text thread, which you hate to see, and this is a great lead in to my questions for you. And I know you only have a couple of minutes, so you just tell me when you have to go. Copycat. That's a real thing. That's a real fear for parents, and you're a parent too. I mean, you are too. So you're just as angry as I am. I'm sure you have to wear your representative hat sometimes, but I know you're angry. How quick can we expect measurements? Because I disagree with Dan a little bit on. He's like, I don't want our schools to look like prisons. I don't care. I mean, it stinks. That's where we are. It absolutely stinks, but that's where we are. I don't know what else to do, and I think that there are different ways to do it, from bars, 10. I mean, I think there are nice ways to do it where it doesn't feel like you're locked in. But at the end of the day, you ask any of these. We've had 13 school shootings in 2023 so far, from the stats that I've seen. None of those parents would care what the school looked like to get their children back. How quick could we see? And obviously the wheels of government are never going to turn fast enough for something like this. We wanted it fixed on Tuesday, and we understand that's not possible. How quick can we expect to see some things? And surely this would be a bipartisan issue on securing schools. And how quick can we find funding for stuff like this? What is, as citizens out here, what should my expectation be?
I think funding is in place right now to do a lot of things. We spend probably more than $12 billion a year in this state for public education. There's a ton of money going into public schools right now. Private schools, obviously, different situation there. They can do whatever they want to do from the standpoint of spending money, borrowing money, anything they want to. So I think it's looking at those priorities. Where are our priorities today? And within the money that's already being spent. And I dare say every single school district can make that assessment and find a significant amount of change to implement some real, not necessarily real expensive methods either, but some basic things that they could do and more or less harden those perimeters to some degree, and just ensure that doors aren't left open, things like that. We had a proposal of a law, I don't know if it's still moving or not, that would literally put requirements on schools to ensure that doors stay locked. It had some wording about staying locked, and I had some teachers up this week saying, how can we don't have enough personnel to man those doors, because you'd literally, as many activities go on in and out of that school building on school grounds, we'd have to have somebody just constantly checking doors to see if they're propped open. And I get that.
I don't care.
Yeah. You have to do things
let's do
like
it.
that,
and that
though.
comes into my question with funding. I like the idea, and I know every single school system, right? My youngest son, he goes to school in Medina, at South Gibson. He's in the middle school. He's in 5th grade. And so they have all the teachers have doors that will open up and you can go outside. Well, one of the things, and I think this is a federal mandate, I don't think it's a state mandate, but like limited recess time. Whereas when you and I were kids, we had recess every day. Yeah. That's like once every other. I mean, it's ridiculous how they do it now, because we do know that going outside in the fresh air, that helps stimulate the brain, burn off energy. You're less of a classroom disruption. You can focus better. So I don't want to make it look like a prison there, but I do think that we could be smart. What about having the money to say, okay, every school has to have reinforced doors and metal detectors. And I think you can close all the other doors, not use them, just use one point of entry, even for the students during the day, to go outside and play. But only one door is going to open back and forth. You're going to have to be buzzed in both times. South Gibson does a good job with this. That's how their system is now. But it's obviously a newer school, and I understand that some schools probably don't have this in place. But you would have to walk through a metal detector every single time. And having somebody, I don't know why we don't start there.
Oh, I think those are basics.
Yeah,
absolute
like that,
basics.
and that's just the starting point. Like there's probably lots of ways. I love the idea of people comfortable and tested, and maybe an annual test. I would make this suggestion to you. If you're a teacher, a janitor, an assistant principal, a guidance counselor, and you feel comfortable with your firearm in the school building, that's fine. But every year you're going to have some kind of
updated
background check to make sure that no domestic situations were called in. I mean, but you could do that every year, just filling out your Social Security.
Certainly.
I mean, you could say, okay, I want to have this, because most people can't carry a gun into a school legally now. Right. So if you are allowing yourself this extra scrutiny,
volunteering for that.
Yeah, and I think that's where we can all fall. You were talking about the left going to have to come and play inside of that box. I think we can. And I'm not the left, but I'm talking this. I don't care. This isn't political to me, right? Other stuff can be political. This isn't political to me. This is, okay, we gotta operate inside these parameters here. If we do this, because even Democrats want their children safe.
No doubt.
Independents, libertarians,
Yeah.
they all
Universal.
want their children safe. This isn't political. This is the one thing
Mm-hmm.
we should start agreeing on. If there's any politician out there that doesn't, we got to get them out of office
Absolutely.
immediately. Representative Chris Todd joining us. Chris, thank you so much for
Glad
being
to be
here.
with you.
Anytime you come back in here, we would love to have lots of conversations. Because like I said, you have been, other than Donald Trump, which is a prerequisite for anybody with a microphone, you have to talk about him so much of the day, otherwise you get a fine from the FCC. But other than him, you've been the most talked about because you have we read a story from, was it the UK, about the drag bill. We made the news. We made Saturday Night Live 2 weeks in a row. You've been a popular man.
That story should have been about the citizens of Madison County that rose up and said, we're not going to have this in our community. Our children are not going to be subject to this. I just got stuck in the forefront there. We're glad to carry that, but the citizens were really behind pushing this one.
Oh, I know you got it. But don't you think two sides should have talked before everyone was dug in? Don't you think the two sides should have talked? Because I did. I reached out to the president of the Pride Board and I said, here's the allegations. Here's what, and I'm a talk show host. I am not a journalist. I literally try to be informative and entertaining. That's it. But nowhere is there journalism in there. But I got nervous because of the town that I live in. And I knew these people. I knew these people on both sides. I was friends with both groups. And I understand that everybody can't be friends. I totally get that. But I was. So I reached out to him. I said, what about over-sexualization? Because I saw the same stuff on Fox News that you did. I saw the girl, the one where they'd rub the dress and it would change the genitalia, the grinding. That was insane. So I said, is this to over-sexualize children? He said, no, believe it or not, some homosexual people have kids. We just want to welcome. This is going to be people dressed up in a muumuu singing a Cher song. I asked him, I said, but if you're around enough gay people and you're a kid, you're definitely going to be gay. And he's like, Chuck, when you were 14 years old, how many gay people would you have to have been around to all of a sudden be? I was like, well, no, I was pretty certain when I was 14. Yeah. And so there were some questions. You and I, we disagree. Not on should we have, I don't think we should have, I think that not your law, but I think the law the state passed didn't go far enough. We shouldn't have bikini contests in the park. We shouldn't have any of that stuff. But I think that some of it's covered under the obscenity laws that we already have in place.
It is, yeah.
You know what I mean? And so then that's another conversation for another day. But that's been what a lot of the talk was. But all of that, none of that matters to me right now. The only thing I want you as my representative here in Jackson working on is protecting these children.
Absolutely.
For real,
Protecting their
where
lives.
they are, where their lives. This is so much more important to me than anything that you and I have not lined up with, eye to eye. This right here, I don't care about anything else.
Yeah, and we had, unfortunately, going back to that previous issue, we had a local mayor that was all about not protecting the kids. Don't worry about protecting the kids. Just let these folks do what they want to do, no matter what the mass majority of my citizens think.
You don't think he was worried about the ACLU?
Think that's fair, yeah, because the ACLU.
You don't think he's worried about getting sued? Because I pay taxes in the city of Jackson. The last thing I want
is they literally had the ACLU of Tennessee fighting this battle for them, for the city. They were the ones negotiating behind the scenes, not the city.
Oh, this is more information.
They were telling the city what to do, how to negotiate.
This is what we got to. This is what we got to talk about.
No, that's not true because I was on the board, and my information got blasted out by multiple people in the community saying call and tell them what you think. Whereas nobody came to me and asked me what I thought. And I also even said, we've got to do this the right way. It needs to go in the Civic Center. I encouraged a different conversation to happen. The ACLU were talking with 3 people from the Pride Board basically saying, you tell your mayor, if you do this, then we are going to do this.
We're going to sue you.
So we are going to sue you. We are going to come in. And I was like, why in the world do y'all want this fight? Why would you want our city sued? Why? I love people of all walks of life. I love gay people. I love white, black, orange, purple, everything. Don't care. I love everybody. But at the end of the day,
sometimes you do yell at me.
I do yell at you.
Go ahead.
You yell at me.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's okay. But at the end of the day, I want everybody safe. I don't want anybody being hurt or attacked. Yeah. I became really upset, and I ended up stepping off the Pride Board because of all this. I knew my voice was not going to be heard. It was being handled a way that I couldn't do anything about. But I was really upset that we were screaming, protect our children, And in the same voice, we were going to have the Proud Boys. That's not, to me, that's the last thing I want my daughter to see.
There was rumor of it. There was rumor of it.
Yeah. And
they had already been in Memphis.
Yeah, they had been.
And
with Pink Panther, I believe.
the last thing I want, I'm not going to take my child to a drag show. I'm not. But the last thing I want is to be driving down Highland and my baby see this park filled with men who are intimidating with assault-style rifles.
Yeah.
So I felt like we did not, and when I say we, the community did not do well in coming together for resolve. Instead, it was like everybody dug their feet in the sand and said, this is where I'm at.
Well,
and
when
I'm
the
not
conversation
changing.
started, when the conversation started,
It should have.
When the conversation started, fairly early.
Yes.
Is this when the mayor brought everybody together?
It was mostly the
It was
Pride
too
people.
late at that point. Go ahead.
It was and they were digging heels in. They would
Correct.
not hear any argument to the contrary.
Absolutely.
I don't care what your suggestion is. We're going to proceed forward. But again, to my point earlier, the ACLU, once our lawsuit was filed, they were negotiating on behalf of the city. That's a fact.
Because if they didn't,
that's
then
information
they were
we
being...
did not have. That's information we didn't have. But let me go back just a step, because that's very interesting, and that could change some of my opinions on this, right? Because I've had hard opinions about the difference between the state being Will and Knox's daddy and Chuck Walker being Will and Knox's daddy, right? I think that my kids have never been to a drag show. Very purposeful, very intentional, right? I have made those decisions. They've also never gone to the bikini contest at Fisherdale Docks. Yeah. They've never done that either. And I promise you, they would both love to, but they haven't. And so, but both of those were my decisions. I think it's a very slippery slope. We talk about, well, maybe for these, what are we doing inside the contest? I think it's the same way when it comes to parenting, because I think that when we let the government, I think we have people who are generationally taking advantage of the government now, or just expecting to be taken care of. And so I think that's that
problem
part
with that.
Scares the libertarian side of me. I'm a very small government person, but I'll say this, and I've said this to both sides. I've talked to people on both sides, from preachers to the president of the board, and I blame them vehemently. Both. It's with the same. When there's a vacuum. When there is a vacuum of information, I invited everybody on my show. And you didn't have to come on my show. I don't care whose show you go on. You go on any show, anywhere. I was still at 101 when this was going on. And I was the only person that I know of that reached out to both. And I told the person, I was like, look, when you don't say anything, when you just pass this through me, there has to be more. You've got to do interviews, because otherwise, and the same thing on the right. This rumor and innuendo, the stuff that we were seeing in San Antonio, in Chattanooga, I honestly don't believe any of that was going to happen in Jack. I really do. I know I didn't go, so I don't know it. I don't think so. But regardless, when no one's talking about it and no one's saying, because I said, look, do you want trans people to graduate? It's like, no, I think that 88% of everything that a gay person and a straight person would agree on. It's really, who do they want to take home at the end of the night? I think that's going to be one of the biggest differences on reasonable people. That's what broke my heart, because I've never been to Washington, D.C. I don't know if Joe Biden's real or not, right? I've never seen him. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen him, just on TV. But I've also, have seen sci-fi stuff. But I do know the people here that we pump gas with, that we go to. I mean, we've already had people fighting at the bougie Kroger. I mean, I can't believe that happened under your watch. But we've already had a fist fight at the bougie Kroger by the produce. You just don't want those things to happen in our community, because what does make us special? But when nobody says anything, of course rumor is going to live. And it sucks, because leadership is not, this is ridiculous, they're bigots, they're just trying to come after us, or, well, they're going to take all of our children and turn them, because neither one of those things are true. Right. But when nobody is saying anything, this huge vacuum here, that's where worst case scenario lives. And that's what frustrated me so much, because I hate when I'm the adult in the room. We're really in trouble when that happens.
I do know, too, though, that the ACLU was talking, because it was basically said, if you do this, you're going to get sued. So, yeah, they were trying to avoid a lawsuit, because I think that would be completely irresponsible to not avoid a lawsuit from the ACLU for our taxpayers' dollars.
Based on your knowledge of the law, and you probably know a lot more than we do, because I know this,
absolutely.
Researched it. If Mayor Conger and his administration, his office, would have said, you cannot use the park to have a drag show, and they were saying, look, we've reserved the park. We have constitutional rights. Could there have been a lawsuit filed against it? Because Mayor Conger doesn't pay lawsuits himself, right? He doesn't scratch out checks. It would have been against the city of Jackson, the people that live here, our tax dollars. To your knowledge, could that have happened?
Oh, absolutely. Lawsuits happen over much less than that.
Trump,
Again, I passed a bill this week out of the House that, and it'll be signed into law over our ESA bill for 3 years ago, because somebody decided as soon as it went into law, we're going to file a lawsuit, tied it up for 2.5 years, and a bunch of kids couldn't go to the schools of their choice. And so it was, but again, it was frivolous. It was proven to be frivolous at the end of the day. It took 2.5 years to go through. Yes, you can sue for anything.
A legit, and you're right. I should have phrased that differently. Could the ACLU could have won this lawsuit against the city of Jackson?
Based on current law, I don't believe they could have.
Not the
I
law
don't believe
now.
they would have won. No. But before,
4 or 5 months ago, whatever. At the time.
At that time, I don't believe.
Okay,
they could have
and
won.
why not? Because
state law, number one, state law,
which
and
is obscenity.
Well, at that time, the law said male and female impersonators cannot be in public.
No, it didn't say. Didn't it say something besides
male and female impersonators were in a list?
No,
it was a list.
Okay, yeah, it was
that
a list.
included male and female impersonators.
Okay.
So what we've done now is clarify that much more, that it has to be tied to the obscenity, not just be a male impersonator or a female impersonator, because at that time that was the interpretation that many attorneys had, and it all hinged on one word that was not defined in law, and that's the word cabaret. So
cabaret,
what is
that's the word I was looking for.
Is a cabaret an entertainment venue, or is it the entertainment itself? The dictionary says it's both.
It's a casino.
I believe that was absolutely a winnable case on the standpoint of the city. Also, there were 4 ordinances.
What now?
There were 4 ordinances under city code that the mayor could have used to deny this permit completely, easily. And again, they could have sued, but I believe they would have lost based on the facts that were in place at that time. And he chose not to. Absolutely ignored 4 ordinances. And I've even heard law enforcement since then refer to those ordinances, that he did not enforce his own ordinances.
What were they?
That. I don't have them in
you
front of
didn't
me.
look at
That's
them,
been, gosh, how many months ago?
You had a lot of legislation. We're not trying to put you on the spot.
One of them, though, I do know involved law enforcement. It was an ordinance that says that an event would not be permitted if it's going to put an undue stress on law enforcement. That weekend was the same weekend as Lane College's homecoming, and it is, as I understand, I didn't know to this point, but it's all hands on deck all
It's
weekend.
a high attended event. Well, anytime you have an event like that. Yeah, same thing with you. I mean, anytime you have a big event with people coming in.
And they would normally not allow this kind of event or something that would take
simultaneously.
That much law enforcement.
Next, hypothetically, and I know you live in the county, not the city, but you still live here. You represent people in the city. Next year rolls around. Whenever I don't know when, I can't even remember. Was it October, November?
Yeah, it's always when we're going on fall break. So it's always like the first weekend of October.
Okay.
Can they have Jackson Pride, or could someone legally have Jackson Pride or whatever town Pride in the park without a drag show, just together?
Yeah. Absolutely.
What if someone identifies, because there's a person, we saw him at the debate, there's a person here in town who's a born male, dresses like a female all the time now, walks around, goes to work, goes to church, all that stuff as a female. If they were there at Jackson Pride in the park this coming up year, would that be in violation of a law?
Not unless they were
performing
in some amount of undress or, doing some kind of sexualized activities.
Okay, because my next question is going to be, my son is 20 and his girlfriend's 20 and she likes to wear his hoodies. I just want to make sure she wasn't going to jail. That's it. Okay.
I hate that question so much.
Well, no. But here's, because that's what the other side was saying. Yeah. We present every side on this show. Even ones I don't agree with, we still present them on here because that's what you hear. You're like, oh, well, you can't. And obviously that was tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
But we have to know where the line is.
Yeah.
Because I think that I don't know anyone trans that I know of, unless Chris does some weird stuff. Do I?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I do. See,
yes, you do.
The whole time. Okay, I do know somebody. You're right. Never mind. But I need to be more judgmental, and that's something I'm working on. I see people too much, and I'm going to change that about myself.
They're just people.
You're right. Yeah. I really do. I mean, Lord, I've hung out with them a bunch. I just assume they're okay. Regardless, that's a story for another day. I do think that everybody has a unique walk of life on this earth, and I don't think that everything. I think everything is mental illness, but I think we all suffer for it. From
Absolutely.
sin to everything else. And I think Jesus really does love everybody, not making this a
too.
religious
No question.
show.
Absolutely.
And I think that we, me included, all of us, lack compassion, empathy, sympathy. So I think we really do. I think we're all guilty of that. And it did feel like, and I've told people this, I hate defending something that I don't agree. I've never been to a drag show. Never have a plan to go to one. Right? Well, that's not true. I've been to New Orleans, so I'm sure I've been to one. Like
You
I'm sure
probably walked by one and didn't know.
I've walked through one. But you know what I'm saying. I hate defending a position, but I'm such a limited government guy. Even when it's something I don't agree with, I don't say one more thing. I might let you go because you've been so gracious with your time.
Yeah,
I
he's
say
done
on this
with
show
us.
all the time, freedom is something that we all should, but freedom to me equals responsibility. Freedom doesn't mean do what the hell you want. Freedom equals responsibility, right? I pay my own bills. I have the freedom to do whatever I want to, but I'm a father. I've got my son this weekend. We just got back from vacation. We have to be responsible, but it can't be the government with that because then I'm not free. Freedom and responsibility, they're the same thing. And I really believe that. So I try to gauge every law or every whatever that's being passed through that lens of freedom and responsibility. Is this going to pull away from my personal responsibilities and my personal freedoms? And I thought that maybe this did, but the way you've worded it, maybe not. Maybe I misunderstood it.
And we can still, and correct me if I'm wrong, but from the way that I read it, there can still be drag shows in Tennessee. They're just in a private center and 21 and up.
That's it. Yeah.
21 and up. But 18 to own a gun.
By a court order now. Not by law, but by court order.
18 to own a gun,
Seriously?
21 to see a man dressed up like a woman.
I'm talking about carry. I'm sorry. You said own.
Right.
Yes, you can possess a gun.
Is
at
that
18.
because our government, I mean, not our government, but our military, you can go in at 18?
Well, partly.
Do you think that
but
has some of it?
A little bit, but the courts, and I'm talking about not only possess but carry. Now the courts have said, Tennessee courts have said that you cannot treat an 18-year-old different than a 25-year-old under the law.
Unless
Equal
you're an insurance
protection
company.
Under the law. Yeah. Equal protection. So as far as civil rights, they call the Second Amendment a civil right. And so if you allow a 21-year-old to carry, you have to allow 18-year-olds to carry. They have ordered the Department of Safety to start issuing permits sometime in the next month or two. I don't know exactly when it was signed. They gave them 90 days to start issuing permits for any 18-year-old that applied.
I don't think, like I said, I have a son that's 20. I don't think
that
that
nerves me a
18-year-old.
little bit.
It does
but
a lot
that's
of people.
because I have a 19-year-old.
Sure, and it is based on the age of majority. What is our age of majority? It's 18.
And
if you
that's the
want to
sticking
move
point.
everything to 25-year-old, I would be all for that. But
Right.
that's voting, that is military service, that is contracts, everything as an adult has to be moved to some age equivocally, not pick and choose which one counts as an adult and which one doesn't.
You're right, because that freedom
That's
and
the key.
responsibility, it's got to be all or nothing.
That's the key.
Now, I would suggest this too, and I'm not a proponent, but also, I mean, I've got a son that's 20, he's almost 21. He was 18. He's like, his decision making's always been relatively good. I hope it stays that way, but he's going to mature more as he gets older, just like we all do. The 3 years, it doesn't make a difference. You're not all of a sudden so much smarter when you're 21 than you are when you're 18. You are when you're 18. Could somebody jump on the alcohol bandwagon next? Which does concern me.
All it takes is a lawsuit.
See, and that's
run
what
it through the court
concerns
system,
me.
and I guarantee you.
Not that 21-year-olds make the best decision with
No.
alcohol, or 45-year-old. I mean,
sure.
That does concern me because there's 18-year-old kids. My son was 18 when he graduated high school because he did early fives, right? And so he was 18 when he graduated. That whole year, I wouldn't want him to be in high school bellied up to a bar as soon as algebra was over. You know what I mean? So that would be my only concern, but it still falls under the parameters of you can vote, you can go to war, you can.
Whatever that age of majority is, and we can set that definition. And as long as it's 18, all of those need to be 18.
Do you know what? This goes to trying to legislate morale every day, all day. The whole thing with the guns and banning assault rifles and stuff like that, you can all kind of put this back. Any kid under the age of 21 who wants to drink is going to find a way to drink.
Oh, yeah.
Any criminal who wants to find a gun is going to find a way to get a gun.
It's a great point.
I mean,
Yeah.
at the end of the day,
Great point.
you cannot legislate morale.
Our whole law and Constitution are based on a moral society.
Yeah.
That is foundational. And when you lose that, as we're gradually losing it, unfortunately,
yes,
doesn't matter what laws you write. Doesn't matter what the Constitution says.
No, it doesn't.
Unfortunately, people don't obey it.
No.
And that's what this deranged individual Monday morning did not obey any law. She had 2 felonies against her before she ever walked in the door.
Yep.
2 felonies. Did that stop her?
No. And she was prepared to die.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, she said it in her messages.
He saw the
like,
messages.
So when somebody is so... They believe
deranged.
Their thing, their reasoning so much that they're willing to die for it. There's no paper.
You just have
that's
to
going to stop them.
You have to hand that wish list to them before they get in the door, or as soon as they get in the door, not after they do their thing.
Exactly. Did you see? There's been a couple of senators and congressmen kind of around saying that they think that we should push the death penalty immediately for anybody who survives the school shooting, and that maybe that would. And that to me, I'm like. I'm not mad about it.
I don't think they care. Like I think most of them
that won't be the deterrent.
Either turn the gun on themselves.
You're right.
Or suicide by cop.
That won't deter. That will not deter.
No.
What deters is knowing they will have an equal force on the other side of that door.
Just
every
like
single
she
time.
decided not to go to
Whether
the other
that's
school.
an SRO or whatever that is. If there's an equal force on the other side of that door, they will not attempt this.
Because she didn't go to that other school in her manifesto because
or
of
mall. I've heard different things.
Security.
Yeah. Green Hills Mall allows you to carry in their mall. There's no prohibition against that.
And they should.
So
this comes in and said, Second Amendment's creating less freedom, not more. Not wise of this SCOTUS decision on McDonald versus Chicago. We get rid of the guns tomorrow. You pass a law, guns are illegal.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. Because from the best I can tell, meth has not been legal in Tennessee for 5 or 10 years, right?
Where's that going?
Right. I mean, so I get you. I want to protect our kids. And if I really believed that that's how we would do it, I would give up my right. Because I was like, I just don't think it is. Matter of fact, I know it's not.
You know it won't.
Speeding. There's speeding limits. Look outside right now. We could arrest 10 people.
There's where I'm going to get in trouble. I have a lead foot. You can tell me that it is 25 miles an hour, 24. It doesn't matter. I'm going. I got places to go.
It is. It is
no
unfortunate.
Comment.
I'm going to take my chances.
Well, you've got one of those government tags.
I get pulled over. I have been pulled over.
Can I get a government?
Absolutely.
Can I get a government
tag? I don't get pulled over because I tell them I'm on the radio. I'm like, I'm going to read your badge number on there. You can pull me over if you want.
Can
but
I
know
get a government
happening.
tag for being on city council?
Talk to your representative. I want one from the state of Tennessee.
I don't know.
I've asked Ed Jackson. I've asked Ed Jackson for one.
I do too, but
he's
I was
been no help. Ed Jackson's not getting me one. Maybe you can swing it.
Not happening.
Representative. Well, that was really quick and ugly. Never mind. I was about to say something nice, but never mind.
He wants
the guy that outlawed the drag shows is here.
Get out of jail free.
Representative Chris. Look, I really wish I could have disagreed with you on more stuff. You're way too reasonable. Try to work on that. Work on that when you come back. It's more fun when we fight.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I appreciate your answer to the thing about alcohol. Because again, I know it's something you don't want 18-year-olds doing, but you're looking at it through that lens of fairness and equality. And as long as you do that.
Say that other word. Fairness and what?
Equality. It's equal.
The box we work in.
Everybody has an equal right, and they have the equal right to show their tail and break the law.
Yeah.
We cannot legislate morale.
No.
Do me a favor and make this school thing the number one thing on your agenda, because I do know you wield influence in Nashville, and every single parent out there, including you. We can all agree on this. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
this needs to be a unifying thing. We need to pass this in record. And
we will disagree on the process. We will disagree on what that measure is or those measures are. There's no question.
I don't care
about
how
that.
much salt you put in the cake. I just want a cake.
Yeah.
You know?
Salt.
Yeah, don't you put salt in a cake?
I don't think so. I think it's sugar and flour.
She never had good cake.
Not sure.
She don't know any cake makers.
I am fat. I have most definitely had good cake. I'm sorry.
Acting this way. It's why he never came in before, Julie.
Yeah, it's me.
Dude,
it's
come
totally
back,
me.
We've had a great time with you. Please come back. We
will.
enjoyed you staying long. And I know everybody's always worn out after dealing with Dan for an hour.
He'll wear you down.
He'll wear you down.
Just try to get him back on track. Is that like, whoa, where were we while ago?
Come back over here.
30 seconds ago. Where were we?
His mind. He's got a hamster up there spinning on a wheel.
He does.
Representative, State of Tennessee. Your representative. You can hear my voice right now. He's probably yours. Chris Todd, thank you so much. Have an absolutely phenomenal day. We got to take a break. We've gone an hour without a break. We're catching a break. We're catching the top of the hour news. Chuck makes his triumphant return after 4 days on vacation. I'll tell you all my beach stories when I come back.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Former President Trump calls his indictment by a New York grand jury political persecution and election interference at the highest level in history. The indictment just happens to come as Mr. Trump seeks re-election.
The unprecedented legal action means that Donald Trump is the first former U.S. president to face criminal charges. Despite the charges, he is not prevented from running for another term in the White House. Trump has denied any wrongdoing, has repeatedly assailed the investigation, and calls the indictment political persecution. The former president is expected to surrender early next week in New York, where he would be photographed and fingerprinted. Greg Clugston reporting.
Trump attorney Joe Tacopina says you'd better believe the Trump legal team will fight the charges.
You don't bring a case like this against a former president on a petty allegation, on a completely legal civil transaction with attorneys, unless you have the goods, unless you have something substantial.
Tacopina speaking with the Fox News Channel's Hannity, calling the DA's case against Mr. Trump un-American. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he will not cooperate with any extradition request. The president of Belarus, an ally of Russia's Vladimir Putin, says Russian strategic nuclear weapons might be deployed in his country, along with part of Russia's tactical nuclear arsenal. The federal government filing suit against Norfolk Southern over environmental damage caused by the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment. It spilled toxic chemicals into nearby creeks and rivers and polluted the air. There is a weather heads-up for people across parts of the Midwest and the South. The National Weather Service warning of possible severe weather later in the day. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 177 points, and NASDAQ ahead 99. More on these stories at townhall.com.
People ask me sometimes, Lance, I'm worried about my finances and I feel bad because I shouldn't be worried, right? I realize that inflation is going to be eating up money. I've got to do something to get around this crazy stock market and Biden's spending spree. Gold has, since the beginning of time, been the resource that God's people have relied on. The silver is mine and the gold is mine, is what the prophet Haggai said during a time of great shaking. To protect your retirement, I recommend that you diversify your 401k or IRA right out of paper assets and into physical gold. And the best way to do that is with Gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group. I want you to text the words FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold IRAs. There's no strings attached to this, so just text FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 and see what I've discovered here about gold and its ability to stabilize your investment and create a storage of wealth for you in unsteady times.
The White House claims new evidence that Russia is looking again to North Korea for weapons. You fight the war in Ukraine.
It's the latest accusation that Moscow, desperate for weaponry and restricted by sanctions and export controls, is turning to rogue nations to help its war in Ukraine. White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says as part of a proposed deal, Russia would receive over 24 kinds of weapons and munitions from Pyongyang. The deal would provide the North with needed food and other commodities in return. Experts believe the food situation in North Korea is the worst it has been under Kim Jong-un's 11-year rule, but they still say they see no signs of imminent famine or mass deaths. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
A record cocaine bust in Norway, more than 1,700 pounds of the drug found in boxes of fruit in Oslo. News and analysis at townhall.com. Change is in the air in some of America's biggest counties.
Several large urban counties across the United States gained residents or stemmed population declines in the year ending last July. That's after losing residents in the previous 12-month period amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Population estimates were released Thursday by the U.S. Census Bureau. Population change is driven by migration as people move around inside the country or arrive from abroad. It also depends on whether births outpace deaths or vice versa. But not every urban center was on the upswing. Los Angeles is the most populous county in the U.S., and it led the nation in population loss last year, declining by 90,000 residents. Keith Peters reporting.
Richard Branson's Virgin Orbit is letting go of almost its entire workforce. The California-based company will cut 675 jobs. That's about 85% of the workforce. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com. The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for 2 targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now, 731-200-1362. Friday brings showers and thunderstorms. Winds, 15 to 25. Gusting up to 40 miles per hour. Mostly cloudy tonight with showers and thunderstorms. Winds 20 to 30. Gusting up to 50 miles per hour. Lows in the mid-50s. Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and News Talk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
They say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at invoice. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings. West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson, Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
So I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596. Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks with Julie and Chuck. Julie been manning the ship this week as I've been gone. We've got some text messages to catch up on. 731-265-6496. Our CWA Development phone number 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text number 731-800-8398. I'm very sorry about that long break, and very sorry about the interview we did with Representative Todd. I was wanting it to be much more combative. I did some push-ups before I came on air, just in case there were fists flying in here. But honestly, Representative Todd was pretty consistent with his stances. He really was. I don't know how I can be too upset about that. The one thing is, when we go back to the drag show, I do wish that the both sides would have talked earlier. I'll never move off that point. I think that there was weak leadership on both sides, and that part frustrates me. But, I've been frustrated before, and now we're not going to have to worry about it, right? You're not going to have to worry about a drag show in a park or a bikini contest. He cleared that up for you perverts out there. There'll be no bikini contest, Julie. I know you're trying to put one together.
Y'all ain't going to see none of this. Get down.
Unless you go to her. I ain't going to say the word OnlyFans on the show. This is a gentleman's show. We're not going to talk about OnlyFans on here. We've had political people on here today. Getting very upset.
I do have to give a shout out to Chris Carroll because yesterday we were kind of having a little bit of a heated argument.
Yeah.
Not heated, but just, we were talking.
You get passionate. That's
he
good.
basically, he was like, you cannot legislate morality. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, bud. Like, I'm down for that. I'm probably going to get that tattooed on my ankle.
But good. That would be next. She actually has a state of Arkansas tattooed on her ankle.
Negative.
But no, it would. I agree with that. But we should, and Representative Todd did agree with me. We need, and we're coming right to these phone calls, we need limited government, more personal freedom/responsibility. It's up to you to not be full of yang. It's up to you to be patriotic. It's up to you to be a good citizen, a good father, mother, daughter, son, community member. I don't know what that is either. I don't even know what this site is. Morningbrew.com. We'll say good morning to you and welcome in.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, wild man? How are you doing?
We're doing wonderful.
Did you hear our interview with Representative Todd?
No, I missed that.
Oh, okay. We'll
Julie didn't do an adequate job of promoting Mr. Chris Todd.
Well, we didn't know. Technically, we didn't even know. He was on here with Dan.
I know.
And I just held him.
You don't know a whole lot.
Who, me? I don't like to brag, but I read the back of a brochure about a guinea pig last night before we bought it. So there we go.
Yeah.
Did you really buy a guinea pig?
Hell yes. Look at this.
Oh, my gosh.
Knox was sending me stuff.
How did you get...
Because just right there's the video of that. We got like a 6-foot cage at the house now, too. It's ridiculous. Go ahead, Rick.
I thought you might be in Nashville with the rest of the girls.
The rest of the girls?
The girls that were surrounding the Capitol building in Nash Vegas.
Yeah.
Yesterday, screaming about gun control. How ludicrous.
Which part?
How stupid.
Which part's ludicrous?
Yeah. Well, essentially, you've got a society. The big deal was not to talk about the true root cause of evil that attacked innocents.
All right, tell me about this root cause of evil, because I have been anticipating this phone call since Monday. Tell me about the root cause of evil. Go ahead.
Well, but really, there's no reason for discussion. We've already taken care of your stance.
What's my
stance? We had to go through the legislature to plug in some little loopholes that the leftists decided to attempt to use. But it goes far greater than that, Chuck. We've also had to create legislation to stop, quote, medical specialists from sexually mutilating or castrating our babies in this state.
No reasonable person would ever argue with that at all. Nobody.
Oh, no. Yes, they would.
No, they wouldn't. No reasonable person would argue with that.
Oh, yeah.
Who?
Oh, yeah.
What reasonable person do you know argues with that?
The cadres that, God created you as who you are, and you are attempting to change yourself. You are willing to come out, and women, no, they're not women. This last one was, he was a she-he.
I agree.
He was a she-he.
Now, Rick's got a good point. God made you the way you are. Why would you try to change that? You're perfect in in his creation. If you suffer from bipolarism, you should not take medicine. God created you the way that you are. If you suffer from depression, you should not take medicine. God created you the way that you are. If you were born with one leg, you should not get a prosthetic. God created you the way that you are. If you were born and you don't have good vision, don't let me check you out on Sunday at church wearing glasses, because God didn't make you born with glasses. That's all I'm saying, Rick. You and I are on the same page.
That is so. I would expect you to come out with some simplistic nonsense like that, because ultimately what you're having to deal with is you have orchestrated the acceptance of evil, and now that evil has taken and grown in a direction that we knew it was going to grow in because of acceptance of evil.
So let's speed this up. So we're saying because this person was trans, this evil human being was trans, that she shot up the school. That's what we're saying, right?
What is a trans? What is a trans?
In this case, it was a girl that thought it was a boy. Yeah, a transformation, I suppose.
A girl that thought she was a boy.
Thought that they were born a boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And your acceptance of that.
What? How am I accept? Here's the one thing I know. Here's what all school shooters have in common, and nobody's talking about yet, but we should. Hell, most of them are Caucasian. The whites need to be rounded up. All the white people need to be rounded up because that's the actual truth. This person was trans. I would suggest to you that more so than being trans, this human being was evil. Was evil.
Mentally ill.
I don't want to be in a world. Do I know anything about being trans? No. Until Julie reminded me, I don't even know it. I didn't think I knew anybody trans. Now I do. You're right. But until we can be adult enough to take the politics out of it, and I'm going to read you, Rick. This is a private message that I got on my Facebook page. I'm not going to read you who from because it doesn't matter who it's from. It doesn't matter. But the message starts off like this. I'd love to hear what you think about this, justifying support of the Alphabet Squad with this happening. You think it's maybe time we stop playing along with these gays and idiots? And I responded, and I was like, this is mental illness. And they said, let me read you this because you're going to like this. It says, gays and trans need to be eradicated from our population ASAP. Now, we've had 13 school shootings just this year. Today we're done with the first quarter of the year. 13 of these. With the exception of one, they've all been Caucasians. I don't understand what the trans lifestyle's about. I don't. I wish I could hate with the fervency of some of you people out. I wish I did. Evidently, I don't love God enough to hate with the same fiery passion and damnation that other people do. I'll try to do better. I'll try to read my Bible more. But when you've got good Christian people messaging me, we've got to eradicate. Now, they walked it back after I was like, this is ridiculous. This is the same stuff that Hitler did to Jews, right? When we use these words, that's fine. But when the preacher tells you to turn around and shake hands with the person behind you, you sure as hell better make sure they're not gay. Evil is evil is evil. That's the common denominator. 100% of the time. I am not a speaker for the homosexual community. I don't understand it. It doesn't interest me. I think our community here dropped the ball in a lot of different ways, and I think that's why we have legislation now, because of it. I think we wasted time in Nashville protecting kids from something that probably didn't even really happen. That didn't even really happen. I don't know of any drag shows molesting children. But yet we wasted our legislators' time because we got so emotional about it, because we got bigots out there who were so scared that they may be gay or a gay person may hit on them. It's too much. It's too much. We live in the real world. One of the most unthinkable things happened 2 hours to the east of us on Monday. People like you, Rick, could not spew out political garbage fast enough. You don't give a damn about the kids or the adults that were murdered by an evil person You just want to be right. I'm so tired of that. Evil is evil is evil. Being trans, being straight, being Caucasian, none of those things matter. None of those things matter. We wasted time. We wasted time. And if we don't do something quick and protect our schools, these things are going to happen. Because here's what we do know. People do go after soft targets. Evil does exist. But we want to throw evil into a jar and think that we've got it all. That's not the real world. Go ahead.
Well, you don't try to live in the real world because you make statements that have no basis whatsoever.
Which one? Which one were you confused about?
The last 10 minutes of your little tirade.
So all the gays are coming after the schools. All trans people.
Hey, man, you brought it on yourself, okay? By letting everybody do whatever they want to do and they are to be accepted. No. They are not to be accepted.
Right. Just like those blacks. Just like those women who need to vote. That's when it went to hell in a handbasket. World War II, when they realized they could work and earn a living. Just like those Mexicans coming here to work. Because we got people that won't show up to jobs right now. I agree. Let's lump everybody up. It's one of my favorite parts of the Bible. Rick, I hear you get on here. I heard you call Dr. Fowler yesterday on my way back in, saying what your Bible says. Why don't we just get them all? Let's just get them all, because I know what you're meaning. You mean anybody that's not light-skinned? Anyone that's not an Anglo-Saxon male, get the hell out of here. We don't have any room for you.
You don't have any. You're living in lawlessness and enjoying it until it comes home to roost on your front porch.
Lawlessness.
That's what you're doing.
Lawlessness.
Yes.
Yep. It makes you feel safer. And I know what this is. This is fear. Fear manifests itself in a lot of different ways for a lot of different people. It makes you feel safer if every gay person or every trans person out there is a killer, right? Is evil, is demonically possessed. Makes you feel safer because, now we know what they look like. I'm going to suggest this to you. And I'm going to suggest this because it's 100% factual. Not all these school shooters, these people who do mass murders, they don't all have everything in common like you want. I know it's easier if we put a scarlet letter on a whole group of people. I get it. It would make it easier to identify. I wish evil, like if you were evil, I wish you would just be blue. And then we say, these blue people out here, they're evil. They're blue. But that's not what the world is. That's not what the world is. And I understand your fear about it. I do. But that's not realistic. It's not realistic.
I have dealt with
trans people. You've dealt with trans people?
Prosecuting perverts in court in this land, and they went to the penitentiary. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
You don't understand anything
about going to the penitentiary. Or that part's correct.
No, you don't. You don't understand. You probably need to have your sheriff introduce you to the population in your current Madison County jailhouse.
I can give you the demographics.
Maybe that perspective.
You want me to say that most of them are African American? Does that make you feel better? Go ahead.
No. You need to take a tour of the population in the Madison County jailhouse, Chuckles.
You know they don't
and come
walk,
to
they
the
don't walk you
full
through
reality of you don't know anything.
Rick, which part would I not need to know? And you have to understand they don't do tours of the inmates, right? You can either check in as a resident for a day or weekend or 6 months awaiting a trial, but you don't get to just look at them like you're at the zoo. You understand that's how jails work, right? People don't walk in and feed them things.
Oh no, the sheriff will let you walk down through the corridors because you need a touch of reality.
And what reality would I be missing?
Well, you would come to the sole bottom of the root of evil and perversion because those folks have raped and sodomized and killed because of their reprobate mind. See, you want to jump around acting like everybody's little happy people, and that's not true at all.
I don't know what you're
This is an evil world, and whenever you go to the depths of trying to justify evil, Chuck, guess what you're going to get? You're going to get what happened on Monday. That's exactly what you're going to get, and it's progressively growing across the nation. You're squawking about protecting schools.
Yes, I am.
All right, but see, you've got pot lickers around here that you follow 1 inch from their hiney, acting like they are going to do the right thing. They haven't done the right thing around here for 65 years.
What's the right thing you want done?
Well, I want bulletproof glass put in the main entrances of every school building.
100% agree. 100% agree with you. You understand that's not city funded, that's county. But I'm going to tell you something. These school board members, the same way I was Representative Todd, the first school board meeting they have, and this isn't addressed immediately, I'm no longer voting for them. Same way with my county commissioner. The first time we're not talking about different ways to fund it at the next county commission meeting, you no longer get any of my votes. And I'm going to encourage everyone that listens to the show for the same thing. This needs to be paramount. See, this is what I'm saying. Unreasonable people and reasonable people can agree on protecting children, truly protecting them.
Not really.
Yeah,
because
they can.
you promote the little town mayor, and he sat on his butt for the last 5 years and has tried to orchestrate getting the county to fix a city road because you wanted a new cinder block school that will not teach these babies how to read. See? So as far as you've got a county chairman that went out and expended county money to the highest degree to buy a...
It was a very bad purchase. It was a terrible purchase.
Oh, no. This has been going on. This has been going on for 35 years.
Well, the purchase of the land has not been going on for 35 years. Eric Jones had an idea of the land, then a portion of the land was sold for it. But yeah, no, that was a very bad idea. That was a very bad idea. You were on the nose with that one. You came onto that one early, and you were correct. I don't know how we defend it. I would love to be able to spin that yarn for you, but I can't. I don't think it's a wise purchase, and I think we're stuck now.
You try to spin yarn, but you're not very good at it.
Oh, I know.
See? Oh, you're not. No, you're not. And not only that, but then Julie tries to bring up, quote, title deeds. But see, Julie was probably in college when the last land buying, flipping house scam occurred in the Madison County Courthouse. You know, Madison County Courthouse is supposed to be a place of civility and justice, but yet the county allowed young people getting married to be forced to pay a county commissioner.
Right, and that was a stupid story, but if that's what's really wrong with our town.
That was just a few years ago.
If we're talking about school shootings and you're talking about that commissioner who charged people to get married, I mean, I don't want to say I don't give a damn about that, but holy smokes, we've got big fish to fry, and you're trying to fillet a minnow. Who cares? He shouldn't have done it. He should not have done it. He'll get in trouble, or he won't. Honestly, I don't care. No one cares. He should not have done that.
See, but it was against the law. What do you mean you don't care?
I don't care. He charged people to get married.
You don't care because you're lawless.
Pay it back. Lawless. Right. Lawless.
Yeah, you're lawless. You don't.
Where are we going to put these trans people and these women that are trying to vote? Where are we going to put them? Because unless Josiah's got that teleportation device working now, I don't know that we can take them back to 1918.
Look, all I know is there's laws on the books that are not being enforced. Okay?
Right.
And it's a breakdown of society to the point of degradation.
Right.
And until you fix that, because you've got, all these callers call in and they start talking about gun control, and they're constantly, the left especially, I don't know how they got so convoluted in not knowing the nomenclature of firearms, because they're stupid idiots. Whenever you own an AR-15, okay, you do not own an assault weapon. In order for an assault weapon to be in your possession, it must, okay, have a sear and a selector switch that goes to fully automatic.
Do you know why people don't hunt deer with AR-15s? Do you
know
have an idea?
Guns,
do you have an idea?
See, they have two calibers. You got a 223, which is a upgraded 22 rifle.
Correct.
And that's what typically people carry, because that's what they can afford. Now, they think they're Rambo, but they're really not, because they don't even know what they have gone and bought.
Yeah.
See, and then your age group are not satisfied with a weapon being a tool, so they want it to be a play toy. So then they take and they buy every stupid plastic accessory to make them look bad as Rambo. That's
I agree, but I don't care what somebody does with that. Julie, and what did he get on with you yesterday about? Because that's why I'm yelling at him. I want to make sure I yell at him for that too. What was he upset with you about yesterday?
We had a disagreement on that little triangle parcel of land at the end of Main Street and Airways. That the city bought it, and he said
that's
that
something I'll
Frank
bang on
McMain,
Conger about, because that's stupid. I don't like closing that road.
No, that's not what we're talking about.
Oh, I thought you were about closing the road.
No,
very upset about that.
He said the city gave it to Frank McMain and that he owned it, but when we pull up the courthouse retrieval, the city's owned it since 92.
Right. Since 1992. Or 18, doesn't matter, for a long time.
Yeah, and it's about 1.8 acres, 1.9 acres. And it's not Frank McMain's.
So the city just didn't give it to him.
Oh, I don't know. I just said we're not going to sit here and say that.
I mean, it's not true.
Right. But he said that it was basically there's a scheme, and right. I'm not privy to it.
Right.
Okay.
And listen, has bad stuff happened in our town before? Has money been used dastardly? Rick, I'm not going to say that you're lying about that.
We talked about that yesterday. Right. That I actually sold off and listed some stuff that had been bought under a pretense that did not happen. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, I know that, yes, it does happen.
Right.
But that was not this administration.
Right.
That did those
You understand one of the first things this administration did during Congress mayorship is they had everything audited, right? It's like buying a business, hey, come audit this. I want to see what it's a smart business move. It makes a lot of sense. But again, if we want to bang on Mayor Conger for closing down Lafayette, I will lead the protest because I think it's dumb. I thought it was really dumb when I worked down there. I don't work down there anymore, but still, if I go to the farmer's market, I'm going to be very upset about it. So I will agree with you there, right? We can find common ground to bang on him, but you can't say that he's in charge of putting bulletproof glass in school systems. That's not what he does. That's a county thing. Rick, this comes in for you. It says, you're on fire, Chuck. Oh, that was for me. Thank you. It says, I have a feeling that if 99% of the school shootings were conducted by black people, he would definitely bring that up. Yeah, school shootings are done by white people most of the time. I don't understand why. I don't think it's because they're white. I think it's because they're evil. I think that's the commonality.
Well, I will say, and I probably will get slack for this, but white people usually do the most heinous crimes.
Why? You trying to bring up the Crusades? Are you trying to bring up what we did to the Native Americans, giving those people polio blankets with children?
Who eats people? White people.
Anglo-Saxons. Anglo-Saxons are crazy. I would suggest to you, though, Rick, it's because they're just not me, not you. Well, maybe you. You're a little crazy. Not Julie, right? Evil is the common denominator. This comes in, Rick. It says, I wonder who has more blood on their hands throughout history, trans people or people killing in the name of religion. It's obviously trans.
You're going to have to do that per capita.
It's obviously trans.
You're going to have to do it per capita.
It wouldn't even be close per capita. This comes in and said, it's mostly poor and working folks in jail. Rich folks don't go to jail. That's great news for me because I know Julie.
Well, that's not true. I recently went to a prison
Yeah.
That was all rich folks.
Yeah, you did, actually.
Yes.
You saw a famous part you can't talk about on air.
I met Todd Chrisley.
You met Todd Chrisley. Exactly. Little J journalism. That's Julie. This comes in on our advanced. Oh, Rick, you're going to love this. And I agree. We'll need to raise county taxes to pay for these security measures for public schools. You want your taxes raised, Rick? They're going to reassess that house.
No, see, Conger promised $1 million to the school system that he hasn't divvied up, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that was in this first 6 months of y'all electing little dummy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as Julie's discussion about Frankie McMean
Mm-hmm.
getting a deal cut with your current mayor boy, okay, that did happen, Julie, and it's in the archives of your city council meeting.
How do you have better real estate stuff than Julie does, being a realtor?
I did call about that yesterday, and there's not. No,
it's not true. I can't believe you give
It
inaccurate
did.
information.
Oh, nothing is true now because of election time. But guess what? See, Conger baby.
Let me tell you something. In the state of Tennessee, you do not own the property until the deed is filed. Okay? So there has never once,
not one time,
been a deed filed on that parcel of land ever with Frank McMeans. Now, if they gave him a land lease for something for the foundation, that's a whole nother story. But there would be revenue coming in on something that wasn't bringing revenue because it is a city-owned piece of property.
And it's really weird shaped.
And that means that the city doesn't pay taxes on it. So if they land leased it,
yeah,
well, we should be glad we're getting some revenue on something that normally would not produce any bit of revenue.
Not really.
But there is
you shouldn't be happy for getting money?
Yes, there is no deed. There is no deed. So without a deed, there is no transfer of ownership, and there is no Frank McMean owning the triangle piece of land right down from the Jackson Sun.
Well, all I know is that
political
heat turns baby Conger redder than a firecracker.
Political
and so
heat.
ultimately, yes. Y'all are always sneaking and conniving, but the truth comes out. Y'all are just a small little town, okay?
Yeah.
And you're trying to be something that you'll never be. Never.
Right.
Because you allow cronyism to control your every breath.
Right.
And so, Chuck got on the podium and was ranting and raving, and the mayor was going to give free access to the city facility for the gay, lesbian, LGBTQ recruiting concert.
They
tried to put on, and you're right.
Recruiting concert. Again, Rick, and this is where you and I do have a disagreement. When I was young, I don't know that I was around a lot of gay people, but when I was young in the 80s, gay people didn't talk about it a whole lot. I don't think that there was ever a number of gay people I could have been around that would have, made me gay. I understand that for you, you may not have that security. I do believe you're born that way. I don't know why anyone would pick to not be gay. Rick, I grew up very poor. If I could have picked to grow up very wealthy in Crockett County, that would have been a lot better for me. I didn't get that choice. I wish I could have grown up to be wealthy. I wish I could have had a Z71. The very first Z71 I ever bought was actually a 4x4 that I ordered stickers for and put Z71 on the back trying to trick people. Yeah, I mean, I get it. You and I have a disagreement with that. I'm sorry that you think that if you are around enough gay people, you will be gay. If you are around enough Mexicans, you will become a Mexican. If you are around enough women, you will become a woman. That's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is you need to go to the county jail and have Sheriff Wisner give you a wise up.
Wiser is his name. You better keep his name out your mouth.
Weiner. Yeah.
What'd
you
say? Julian's a good man, and he's a good sheriff.
Yeah, he needs to take you down into jail.
You don't want to be on the wrong side of him, because, I mean, if you get on the wrong side of him, it's not going to be good news.
That's what a pimp does.
I'm just saying, you got to be careful.
Yeah. So, no, you be careful.
Right.
I'm good to go, Dan.
Dan
Holt Jr.?
Yeah, well, my name's Chuck. My name's Chuck. But
Dan Holt Jr.
You
turned into Dan Holt Jr.
You ever say that about me again, I'm gonna come to your house and roll your yard.
All right, so bottom line is, okay, you kids are about to face major consequence like actually 5 generations have not faced since World War II.
If you're talking about bricks, I'm very worried about that. I'm worried about your retirement and mine, my man. We've got real problems going on.
Don't worry about my retirement.
Well, when bread's $100 a loaf, when bread's $100 a loaf, you ain't gonna be eating as much bread.
See, I don't pay $100 like you do, Chuck.
I'm glad to know. Good. I know where I'll get my sandwiches in.
No, you won't be coming around me.
Oh, I will too. July.
Oh, no.
July. You know I got a key.
I'll teach you how you and Julie grow a garden. I'll do that.
I'll take that as well. You told me last year you're going to help me with my garden. You never helped. It was terrible. Only thing I grew was weeds.
No, I told you I would help you, and then all of a sudden your little lazy hiney wanted me to do it for you.
I was going to pay
That's where we parted roads.
I told you I would pay in hugs. I don't even know why you're getting so violent now. I said I'll hug you when you're done.
Oh no, I don't need your hugs, son. No, I'm not.
Hugging
I'm
up
not
people,
wired
you go
like.
gay. You're hugging up people, you go gay.
I'm not wired like Julie. You got to understand that.
Right.
See, I already know all the little knucklehead back behind, underneath the table, behind closed doors. That's the way y'all have operated around here, and that's why you're still sticking, as they stick in the mud, still dealing with things that it took you 40 years of legality in perpetuity because you are led by stupid old codgers.
You know what, Rick?
Okay.
That's a good spot for us to find common ground and agreement, and I agree. One of the things I'm most proud of Mayor Conger for doing is exactly what you've been saying for years. We had money that wasn't supposed to be going to the ballpark at $9,000 at a clip. You were the first person I know that called that out, Rick, and I appreciate that. Mayor Conger found it out and put a stop to it. I appreciate that as well. You and Mayor Conger actually teamed up. You talked about it. Mayor Conger did it. I don't want people out there to say I'm a mediator, Julie, but you see how I found common ground for them? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I knew I'd be a little crunk when I came back.
Yeah. You've been waiting on it. You need your release.
Yeah. I am. Representative Todd and I do not agree with everything, and we talked about that. Here's what I appreciate. I asked him 2 or 3 times because I'm very passionate about this. Let's find a way to protect these schools. You know, I'm in Madison County, but I care about Gibson, Henderson, Chester, Crockett, Shelby, Tipton. I mean, name the county. All of them. That's what I care about. I care about all those children and all those counties. Let's do that. That is something that reaches across partisan divide. Do I think that both sides can get a little stupid? Sometimes I do, but not on this. And I'm going to tell you what, I think Representative Todd understands the severity. He's a parent out there. He's got children in schools. He wants them safe. It's a good song. I haven't heard this in a while.
I got in trouble for singing it in the middle of something once when I was a kid. My mom was like, please don't sing that in public.
It was when you were at the JC, weren't you?
No, I think we were like at a business function, and I was over there. Whoa, Black Betty Bam Lamb.
Quality parenting. I love Miss Diane.
She's a good woman.
She'd have rolled over there the other day. Like, food ain't ready. She said, I already ate. I knew. She knew better. She knew y'all gonna have food at 6:30. She's like, no, I already ate. I just come over and say hello.
Yeah.
It's like 8:15. Julie, if you go to dinner at Julie's house, you'll eat like you're a European around 10:30.
I mean, it is what it is.
It is what it is. You are listening to Walker Talks. We've got weather. We're going to run down the weather as soon as we come back from this break. We got a new weather sponsor. This happened when I was gone. Dustin Ring from Dustin Buys Houses. Fast for cash. He's our new weather sponsor. If you've got a house, trailer, land that you need to sell fast, call Dustin Buys Houses for cash. 731-200-1362. 731-200-1362.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular care in West Tennessee. At Corbin Cardiology, our patient-centered approach, along with a full array of diagnostic imaging services, sets us apart from other cardiovascular clinics. Corbin Cardiology has clinics in Bartlett, Dyersburg, Lexington, and the newest location is now open in Jackson at 58 Murray Guard Drive. To schedule an appointment in office or by telemedicine, visit CorbinCardiology.com
or call 731-513-5701.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
Tired of waiting so long. Babe, I'm gone, gone, gone. Hey, Jack, don't look back. The train left the station on a one-way track.
Tell him, Laith Al-Sadi. Although that name, Laith Al-Sadi, that kind of, I don't know if I like this song or not. Need to make sure he's not gay. I'm going to check into that. You know what? I'm going to turn it down. Just in case he's gay or Mexican.
I don't think that's him.
Is Al-Sadi? Is that his Spanish? Because we can't play it. What are we coming to in this world?
A mess.
It sucks, doesn't it? It really sucks. Lord, I wish I could hate more. You know what I hate? I hate Alabama. I hate Arkansas. I hate places like that. I wish I could hate people. Your weather update brought to you by Dustin Ring. If you've got a house he wants to buy it, can close in as little as 30 days. 731-200-1362. We are expecting some bad weather this evening. The last I saw, Julie, we were at a 4 out of 5 for potentially bad weather. I'm not very good at math, but I think that gives us around an 80% chance.
Normally they open up some stuff.
Yeah, go ahead and read
Have
this.
you heard anything? Okay.
This is from the Jackson Post.
The Jackson
Big J journalism here in Madison County, the very best at what they do.
West Tennessee Healthcare values the safety of our patients in our community with the threat of severe storms in the area for this afternoon and this evening. We would like to remind you of the designated storm shelter in our area. Due to scheduled events, Carl Perkins Civic Center will not be available to serve as a storm shelter.
Is there a drag show there? Do we know?
Symphony.
Oh,
The storm shelter at McKellar-Sipes Regional Airport will be open and is located at 308 Grady Montgomery Drive in Jackson, Tennessee. Please prepare for your tornado emergency plans in advance and be safe.
You know, I saw somebody, I think it's Nick Marabella, somebody posted on Facebook a good suggestion. Walk through your house with your iPhone to record your personal. Hopefully, you don't need that at all, but that would be good for insurance stuff. Any jewelry that you have, clean it first. Even if it's fake, clean it. You can try to say it's real. I mean, use one of those Snapchat filters. I don't know. No insurance fraud on this show. I'm just kidding. We're expecting the strongest of the thunderstorm should start around 6:30. The temps are going to drop from 76 to 67 in just 6 hours. 8, 9, and 10 will be the times. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock will be the times of the most severe weather that we're going to face right now.
We're going to be grilling.
Are you on a grill?
Well, we had this whole plan. Me and Chris, we were going to get we were going to grill, we were going to this and that.
Are we going to have like a date night?
No.
Yes.
No.
Can we come?
Yeah, but not for a date night.
No, not for that.
Pervert. Don't be weird.
No, pervert. I'm talking about, can we come for the grilling?
Well, yeah, but this morning Chris is like, well, we're probably going to get, tornadoes and stuff. So I laid out some hamburger meat. I was like, we went from steaks and like good stuff to some thawed out hamburger meat. I was like, no, I'll order some groceries. We'll redo this. We'll cook in the house. So
you can make your steak seasoning that y'all used the other night.
No, not y'all.
Okay, here we go.
Not
yours.
My steak marinade and my chicken marinade
was phenomenal.
Will make you slap your mama.
It's really good. Yeah. I wouldn't encourage you slapping mothers.
I wouldn't slap my mom because she'd beat the tar right back out of me.
Save that for the trans. But I will say it was phenomenal.
It was a good steak, wasn't it?
It was so good.
Yeah.
It was so good. And I would do that again. Yeah, the chicken was fine too.
Did you like the glaze on it?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, I did.
Mm-hmm.
There was not any part of the meal that was prepared for me that I did not enjoy. I enjoyed all of it. It was good. I enjoyed my conversations with Harper. She and I had a very good conversation.
Yeah.
I never get to talk to her one-on-one.
Yeah.
We were just outside chilling by the fire.
She's a smart little booger.
She's funny.
Uh-huh.
She's really fun. I'm going to bring her on one day.
That's my baby.
She's my boo thing.
Then the other two are just tearing up everything.
8 to 10 tonight. Your greatest chance of severe weather. Do prepare. Have a plan. Look, if it doesn't rain back, that's a good thing. If it misses us again, that's a good thing. But we've all by now seen the pictures of what happened in northern Mississippi.
Yeah.
That stings. I hate that. I hate that. Have a plan. Be safe out there. You're listening to Walker Talks. CWA Development. Phone line 731-265-6496. Our advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. Representative Todd did a nice job. I appreciate him hanging out with us. We found common ground on some things. All kidding aside, the only thing I want to hear coming out of Nashville until we've got some resolution and some plans in place is how we're going to protect our schools. Because I guarantee you those families at Covenant, they didn't think anything was going to happen Monday morning when they took those babies to school. Evil exists in this world. Evil is out there. It sucks that we can't recognize it by the color of its skin, by its sexuality, how it dresses, what it says, what it drives, or where it works. I wish we could. I wish we could. I wish we could see evil, pure evil, that easily. Nobody would throw it under the bus quicker than me. But we respect you out there. You got a lot of different choices of radio stations to listen to, and you're listening to this one. You're listening to this show. I'm not going to do you the disservice of telling you that by lumping people together, by eradicating people off this earth, that we've solved our problem. That's not how problems work. This is the exact opposite of elementary. This is serious. This is a real thing. We got problems. We want to hear your solutions. You're listening to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. Americans are weighing in on the indictment of former President Trump. This woman, Kathy Ford in Nashville, Tennessee, says she thinks the Trump indictment will backfire.
Just think it's stupid. It's going to not get anywhere, and it will come back to be bad on the Democrats.
So now that the former president has been indicted in New York, prosecutors say they're working to coordinate his surrender, which could happen early next week.
The Manhattan DA showed up for work without commenting, but Trump's lawyer, Joe Tacopina, said they'll go in next week and plead not guilty. Tacopina says Trump was shocked by Thursday's indictment, even though he predicted his own arrest. The indictment remains under seal, but charges stem from hush money payments made on Trump's behalf during the 2016 presidential campaign to silence claims of an extramarital sexual encounter. Outside Manhattan Criminal Court, Julie Walker, New York.
Also at townhall.com, President Biden will visit a Mississippi town today that was ravaged by a deadly tornado as a series of severe storm threatens again to rip across the Midwest and the South. The President and First Lady will survey the damage, meet with homeowners and first responders, and get a briefing from federal and state officials. The Federal Reserve's favored inflation gauge slowed sharply last month, an encouraging sign in the Fed's year-long effort to cool price pressures through steadily higher interest rates. Today's report from the Commerce Department showed that consumer prices rose 0.3% from January to February, down from the 0.6% increase from December to January. On Wall Street, stocks remain higher. The Dow up 249 points. The Nasdaq ahead 131. More at townhall.com.
Tens of thousands affected by the toxic water at Camp Lejeune are left with death, cancer, Parkinson's, dementia, birth defects, and other serious illnesses. And along with the harm, so many worries.
My family drank the Camp Lejeune water. What if our health gets worse and we need more financial help?
How do I protect my VA benefits and get the compensation I deserve and need?
The answer is simple. Call James Harris Law, the experienced, trusted law firm that can get you significant compensation while protecting all your VA benefits. We're already fighting for hundreds of Marines, families, and civilians who drank Camp Lejeune water. But if you miss the deadline, you could forever lose your right to the justice you deserve. So call our Camp Lejeune legal helpline now. Now may be your last chance to receive full compensation. Don't delay. Call 800-320-7171. 800-320-7171. 800-320-7171.
Two Memphis police officers and a suspect wounded in a shooting. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation says the shooting happened during a foot chase after officers responded to a report of a person with a gun at a convenience store. The officers and suspect in critical condition. Money woes grounding the high-flying ambitions of a West Coast-based rocket company.
Richard Branson's Virgin Orbit is letting go of almost its entire workforce, with the satellite launch company finding it tough to secure funding a few months after a failed mission. The company, headquartered in Long Beach, California, will cut 675 jobs, about 85% of its workforce, according to a filing with the Securities and Exchange Commission. In January, a mission by Virgin Orbit to launch the first satellites into orbit from Europe failed. Rich Thomason reporting.
Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. If you're thinking about buying a new used car, now might be the time.
Used vehicles had been edging toward getting affordable again. The average price dropped from an eye-popping $31,400 a year ago to just over $27,000 this month. But prices are creeping up again now. The supply of used vehicles is not keeping up with the robust demand, in part because those who want to buy new cars can't afford them, so there are fewer trade-ins on dealers' lots. Just in the past month, average list prices for used cars have shot up by about $700. I'm Rita Foley.
Russian and Belarusian players will be able to compete at Wimbledon as neutral athletes. After the All England club reversed its ban from last year, the players must sign declarations of neutrality and comply with appropriate conditions. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com. The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking, or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Jean Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Jean Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at invoice. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at JeanLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Jean Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings. West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808. News Talk 96.5 FM weather presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now, 731-200-1362. Friday brings showers and thunderstorms. Winds, 15 to 25. Gusting up to 40 miles per hour. Mostly cloudy tonight with showers and thunderstorms. Winds 20 to 30. Gusting up to 50 miles per hour. Lows in the mid-50s. Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Helping to make it on her own. We were 1,000 miles from nowhere. We feel as far as I could see. Both needing something from each other. Not knowing yet what that might be. Till she came to me one evening. A hot cup of coffee and a smile. In a dress that I was certain she hadn't worn in quite a while. There was a difference in her laughter.
Have you ever had what do they call that, those months, like a March and October relationship? Like, you're dating anybody older than you is what I'm trying to say.
That's all I've
Or
dated.
younger?
No. Yes.
Yeah, I've dated younger.
But, like, barely. Like,
Right,
we're
that's
talking
me.
months.
Yeah.
But, like, older, my first boyfriend, and a lot of people don't know this, I was 17, he was 34. I had a fake ID, though.
He going to jail.
Yeah, I had a fake ID, and he had no idea. But you have to remember, at 17, I graduated high school. I was I'd been put out of my house.
Yeah, I don't blame her.
So, I know.
You don't blame her either, do you?
No, but that was the best thing my mother could have ever done for me.
So okay. When I was a freshman in high school, I dated a freshman in college, a freshman in Union. I did that. Had I had my hardship license. It's like, I'm going anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go wherever this 86 Buick Skyhawk will take me. That's where I'm going.
Yeah. That's how I was.
What do they call that? A May, June? It can't be May, June, because maybe a May, December relationship. There's 2 months.
My mom always said that you have to beware of the Ides of March or something.
That's
because
like an Edgar Allan Poe thing.
Yeah, but there's something, it brings up like summer love, like in the spring, love springs. There's like a whole thing. Let me
Love
text
springs
her.
eternal. We need to have her in for an interview one day.
She's such a good woman.
I know.
She's a smart woman.
She probably needs her own show. That's what we need. Diane. Oh, Diane Unfiltered. We can find room for her.
Look, I don't know if everybody could handle it.
Hey, I don't know. We can handle it. But I still want to do the interview with her. 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496 is our call-in phone number. We'd love to hear from you. Our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. This comes in and says, we need more armed people in the schools.
Absolutely.
To cut down and make them a target of opportunity. I agree. I agree, because you hear the words like soft targets.
It's
and they
real.
are. Of course they are. I think Representative Todd did have some good ideas about being. Now, you got to be comfortable being armed. If you're not comfortable, the worst thing you could have is a firearm.
Yeah,
somebody take it from you. But
I
if
don't
you are
think that looks like the librarian carrying an
No,
AR.
No,
but there are a lot of even men and
women,
strong women
who
are not scared. To do that. I mean, if I worked in a school system, don't you think for 1 second that I would be fine? I mean, I would be fine knowing that I had a weapon.
Julie, this comes in, and you're going to have to help me with this because I'm not familiar with what's going on. But it came in a couple times, and I didn't read it, and I apologize. It says Justin Jones, Gloria Johnson, and Justin Pearson should be expelled from the House. Is this at the state level, or is this at the federal level? I don't know who these people are. I think Gloria Johnson, I think she's a state rep. I think that's what that means. And I'm sorry that I didn't get to that when we had Representative Todd in here. I apologize.
Gloria Jones and who else?
Johnson, Gloria Johnson, Justin Jones, and Justin Pearson. This comes in, and this is what I've been wanting to talk about for a hot minute.
Oh, this is about yesterday.
All right, go ahead. Read that story, and then we'll get into this BRICS nonsense.
3 Democratic lawmakers on Thursday led an unprecedented gun control rally in the midst of the morning session as hundreds protested against a gun violence outside the door 3 days after a mass shooting at the Covenant School. Chaos erupted around 10:50 a.m. as the House voted on a bill dealing with expansion of the state's education savings account program when Representative Justin Jones complained aloud to Speaker Cameron Sexton that his voting machine was turned off. Sexton told Jones he was out of order and then called a 5-minute recess. As Republican leaders huddled at Sexton's dais, Jones of Nashville and Reps Justin J. Pearson of Memphis and Gloria Johnson of Knoxville went to the podium armed with a megaphone, leading chants such as "Gun Control Now" with people in the balcony seating areas. Republicans and Democrat leaders went outside on the House balcony and huddled for more than 30 minutes before emerging. Sexton, who had admonished the crowd to stay quiet, also had the House assistant clerk read the rules for voting because Jones and Pearson left their desks frequently during the morning session. Shortly after 11:30, the House Republican caucus exited the chamber to the outdoor balcony, plausibly to vote on how to proceed. When they returned, Speaker Sexton told the House member he understood their frustrations, but noted that how they expressed them Thursday morning was not acceptable behavior. House Republican leaders declined to immediately sanction. Once the House resumed its calendar, Republicans began to use a procedural maneuver to limit debate, leading Democrat caucus chairman John Ray Clemens to ask Republicans to allow discussion on significant bills. So they're the ones that kind of started everything getting a little buck wild on the floor yesterday. They tried. Another one says that they tried to cause an insurrection.
Representative Todd talked a little bit about that with Dan. I missed some of that as I was showering and preparing for the show.
The Knoxville one is the one who
Gloria,
was like,
that's how I know the name.
You going to ask them to ban, wrestling because of the testicular shocking and all that?
I wish I'd have seen. Representative Todd's going to come back in with us because we got questions for some stuff. This comes in our advanced rehab text line. I'm going to play a video that a listener sent in. I'm going to trust that there's no profanity in this video because I have not pre-watched it because I'm not that kind of professional. But I am going to play the video. This comes in and says AR-15, the gun of choice for mass shooters. The dread of emergency rooms. It destroys kids. The parents in Uvalde. I've seen this video too, and I wish I hadn't. The parents in Uvalde couldn't recognize their own children. The AR-15 versus 9mm. Factoid, 9mm bullets travel 1,200 feet per second and has a kinetic energy of 400 pounds. AR-15 rounds travel at 3,250 feet per second, almost 3 times as quick, and a kinetic energy of 1,300 foot-pounds. Yeah, there's a reason we don't hunt with them. And look, I'm not telling you to. Yeah, but not game that they eat.
No,
like wild hogs. Yeah,
that's why we have those.
Yes, they use it for destruction. And I'm not saying to ban AR-15s. Don't misunderstand me.
Yeah.
But I do think what I would like to hear somebody say is, look, if you get this style weapon, right? It's one thing to have a 9mm, 38. I have a 38,
22, 45.
Yep. Your hunting stuff, your banana. Look, 410s, whatever.
Yep.
Knock yourself out. You have a constitutional right. Now, I will say, hey, look, when we wrote the Constitution, 1776, I'm not familiar with AR-15s being around.
No, I think we had muskets.
Right. We were still loading it. We had the bayonets at the end of it.
Yeah.
We talk about common sense law. I think common sense will say, hey, look. If you want one of these weapons, you are entitled to it. We do need to do a mental evaluation of you. You need to. And is that not fair? Are you losing your rights to have that? I don't know. I want to play this video that came in. It says, will you play this 57-second video of former Supreme Court Justice Warren Berger. Says no profanity in it, so we're going to play it. Here we go. Julie, curious to see what you think about this. I'm curious to see what I think about this.
Of the U.S. Supreme Court from 1969 to 1986. Charlene Hunter Galt spoke to him last week.
If I were writing the Bill of Rights now, there wouldn't be any such thing as the Second Amendment.
Which says?
That a well-regulated militia being necessary for the defense of the state, the people's rights to bear arms. This has been the subject of one of the greatest pieces of fraud, I repeat the word fraud, on the American public by special interest groups that I have ever seen in my lifetime. Now just look at those words. There are only 3 lines to that amendment. A well-regulated militia. If the militia, which was going to be the state army, was going to be well-regulated, why shouldn't 16 and 17 and 18 or any other age persons be regulated in the use of arms, the way an automobile is regulated?
The news of the
All right, there it is. That was Warren Berger. I don't know. Now, look, I'll say this. Right after a school shooting that was 2 hours down the road from here, it's tough to have this position, but I do think that we need to be consistent. And I do agree with Representative Todd when he goes, look, we have a Constitution. We need to operate within the box of that. Because if we don't operate with some sort of rules, then this whole thing turns to muck.
I'm sorry. I'm struggling right now.
It's hard, isn't it?
It hit really close to home. I think that I don't trust the government.
Correct.
So I have a problem with giving up anything that can protect my family.
Right.
But here's the thing. I'm not dumb and I'm not a sitting duck. And so I know what's going on in our world. And if you don't think in the past 4 days that I haven't been hitting the ground running trying to find a solution for Madison County.
Which is pretty impressive, by the way. I will say that. I'm very proud of you for that.
I'm not a sitting duck. I'm not going to take anybody's rights away from them, but I am going to make our children safer. When I leave here today, I've got a meeting with a massive security company, and I'm working on it.
Good.
And so I guess that's where it comes down to me. We can sit here and we can say, well, it's trans people. They're mentally ill. Okay. Well, it's because we have these guns. Okay. Well, why is there not a solution that doesn't involve making trans people all look bad and not taking away everybody's guns? There is. And enough of us want to talk and argue, and we don't actually find a solution. And that's where I'm over this conversation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the solution for Madison County, and hopefully other people are going to follow suit. And, I put something on Facebook just because somebody told Harper about Nashville. That was a really hard conversation to have with her.
Yeah. My ex-wife called me when Knox and I were on vacation. We had the discussion about, hey, let's really monitor because these videos are out there. We didn't want to watch it. He's 11. He doesn't need to see that.
No.
And I get it.
So what I decided to do, and I said this in there, is instead of arguing either side,
right,
I'm going to find a
things
solution.
Are bigger than politics.
When I tell you that the amount of parents in the Madison County, private and public, that have messaged me saying we are all in, this is what we need, guys.
Yeah.
We need everybody to come together on a way that doesn't say, I hate you because you voted this way and I hate you because you voted that way and I'm going to take this from you and I'm going to take that from you. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
We can get back to that. We can get back to drag shows in the park and whether that should happen or not. I mean, they can't happen now, so it's a moot point. But regardless, stuff like that's not near as important as protecting your child and my child. We can get back to the hatred. Let's fix this first. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says, my .350 Magnum rifle could do more damage than an AR rifle, just saying. And so I pulled that up because I'm not a huge gun guy. Like, I own a gun for protection. All right. Well, I technically don't even own it anymore. I gave it to my son. I don't know if that's illegal or not, so y'all don't tell anybody. I think it is. How many rounds can you have? I pulled it up here, .350 Remington Magnum. How many rounds can you put in that thing? Help me understand it. Because one of the other questions that I have is, do we need 30-round magazines? Do you need that? I don't want to take it away from you.
I'm
asking the question. Do we need a 30-round magazine or more, 50 rounds, whatever. I think this one was 30 rounds is what I had heard. The shooter in Nashville had at Covenant School, but maybe that may be incorrect. I may have misheard that. But should there be special licenses, right? You cannot go get dynamite. I could say, I feel like I could make an argument saying, look, I have the right to bear arms. I understand that we probably didn't have dynamite back when the Constitution was written, but that could still be, to protect myself from a tyrannical government. You have to have a special license to have dynamite. I know people that have that license. They'll like blow up beaver dams and stuff like that on people's property and, fisheries and things like that. You have to get a special explosion license. There's a background check. Could we not say for some of these things, not taking them away, but there would be different qualifications based off destruction levels? That would be the only thing that I think I could land on that I could be comfortable with.
I think at this point we don't need 30 rounds in a magazine. However, we don't know what the shape of our country is going to be in a year. I mean, look at everything with Russia and China, and you never know. I don't want to be a sitting duck. So although we may not need them right now, there's nothing wrong with being prepared. I mean, in my house, there's one particular gun that I have multiple magazines for, and they are max capacity for that gun. And for that's only 9.
Right.
And those are put in, the magazines are in different parts of the house in case something happens and I didn't get them the first 9, which would be shocking, but just in case.
No, well, or there's 10 of them.
Yeah.
10 intruders. I mean, I get it. I don't want to limit anybody's way to protect themselves because, gosh, what kind of jerk would I be? But I do think, would I have a driver's license, but I cannot legally fly a plane because I don't have my pilot's license. So could there, through certain things, could you have to have more of a qualification to get them? That's it. Because the people that are anti-gun are right. No one goes in there with a 38 that holds 5 rounds and shoots up these schools, right? They go in with different weapons. So I get it.
Yeah.
I think that we could land in a space of reasonableness if we were grown up enough to have the talk.
I think if you actually pulled a statistic up and looked at how many gun owners there are and how many guns there are and how many of us are responsible gun owners versus the ones who obtained them illegally and were irresponsible with, and the ones who attained them legally and they were irresponsible with, I think it would be a very shocking small number. And so are we going to take everybody's right away because of percent?
Oh, 99.99999% of gun owners out there in the United States are ridiculously responsible with their firearm.
Yep.
99.9999%. There's no debate on that.
Yep. So are we gonna take that away because of a 0.016%?
I don't want to. I sure don't want to. But I know this. I don't even like saying things like this out loud, but God forbid I was one of those parents in Nashville. That wouldn't be my concern.
No.
That wouldn't be my concern.
My concern would be, how do we prevent it from ever happening again?
Yeah.
And like we said earlier, and Chris Carroll said yesterday, you can't legislate morale. So if we make guns, ARs, unattainable, they're still going to be able to build them.
We do legislate morality all the time.
But we shouldn't.
We do.
We can't.
We do.
We legislate it, but we can't. In the part of, just because it's unlawed doesn't make people moral people.
I want Chris to come back in here one day when I'm in here because I want to have these conversations.
He's smart. He's so smart.
I love that. I love that. I love smart people, and I love being challenged.
Yeah.
Now, Rick can't challenge me. You saw how quick we went from trans shooters to mayor of Jackson, not building a road, to bulletproof windows, to what was the one, the city council or county commissioner that was marrying people and charging them $75. I mean,
we're grabbing straws.
On days like today, look, don't marry people. You're not supposed to charge. Today is not the day. It's my first show back since last week to talk about this. Today's not the day I want to hear about a county commissioner charging people to get married.
I do have one question, though. We sit here and people are saying ban assault rifles.
Yeah.
Are they going to ban the kits to build them yourself?
3D printers? I don't know if you do. I know you do guns through 3D printers.
You can buy a kit online to change a gun into what it is.
Yeah.
You can ban those?
Bump stocks. Quick triggers. I forget what the quick trigger is where it fires when you pull it down and you go click, 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 click. like
There's
that.
always a way around it.
Of course there are. And then again, people who want to do bad, most of us out there listening right now, with the exception of probably a couple of you, we're not big on math. We don't do math. Math's illegal, but we understand people do math. Bad people are going to find bad things to do. I get that. So I don't want us to be less safe.
Criminals are always going to criminal.
Are we 100% convinced, though, that these school shooters would still find a way?
Yes.
To get these weapons? We are?
They've done it in the past.
They have.
The majority of them did not get those guns legally.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. And you know what? That's probably not talked about. It's just when they legally own them, that's when it's talked about.
Yeah.
It's so hard to find good, accurate information now because everything has butter on it, right? It's like whatever makes it better for whatever your point of view is, that's what you find out about. For you know what I mean? Depending on what channel, whatever. We butter on everything.
I think me and Bob, or maybe Tom, I can't remember, but somebody this week we talked about that certain people are going to go to certain news stations because that's what fits their ideology.
Yeah.
So it depends on which channel you're on.
You're going to be challenged here. But that's good. That's good for you. It's good for your brain. Same reason you should treadmill, you should talk radio.
I do not treadmill.
To walk or talk, so at least you talk radio.
I tread.
You tread water. 731-265-6496 is our CWA development call-in line. Our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face truck today.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring for?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling,"
and carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900, or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadealer with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said,
"Show me the bling."
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today. Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
We found Jackson's perfect lunch spot, Bourbon and Barley's. You can enjoy a delicious sit-down lunch at drive-through prices. Bourbon and Barley's lunch menu is available weekdays 11 a.m. all the way to 4 p.m. Have a late lunch or an early dinner at lunch prices. Bourbon and Barley's amazing lunch menu options include delicious crab and lobster bruschetta, Cobb salads, one-topping pizzas, and their featured slider of the day. All for just $10. Across the street from Starbucks, Bourbon and Barley's, where Jackson loves to lunch.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today 731-855-9131 or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
Welcome back into Walker Talks here on a Friday where we're God, I love this song, where we're watching the weather. I just saw an update from Brian Davis of WBBJ. Do you know him?
I know who he is.
Well, I mean, like personally, but you know what I'm talking about when I say Brian Davis. Really, he's got a really interesting story. I'd love to get him on here one day. I don't know that he can go on here because they have a deal like with Thomas Media, but I'd love to just talk to him about it. He's a really good dude, like on air, but off air as well. I like him. He's got a good story. But this is also a meteorologist, Joel Barnes, who we hung out with one time. You remember that?
Yeah.
Us at Blackjack.
Joel. Yeah.
Blackjack.
I helped him buy his house when he moved here.
You gave him money? You can help me buy a house.
They are awesome.
I call him Blackjack because, you know, the vest.
Yeah.
Looks like a Blackjack deal. I love him. Said a high risk level 5 of 5 has been issued from some counties in West Tennessee. The rest of Tennessee has been added to the moderate risk, which is a 4 out of 5. Please stay safe today, folks. I'll have a full update coming in a couple of hours before the event starts. From what I can see from meteorologist Brian Davis and meteorologist Joel Barnes, it looks like the 5 of 5 risk. Now, this doesn't mean we're out of the woods by any stretch. It's going to be for Shelby County, those counties in southern western Tennessee and northern Mississippi. Now, again, that doesn't mean that we are out of the woods. We understand how these things happen and turn and everything. So just be careful out there. Charge your phone tonight. Get a battery backup, right? Those little, we call them bricks, but you know what I'm talking about. Charging blocks. Get one of those. You can buy those relatively inexpensive at most retail stores. That way, if you do lose power for an extended period of time, you can still have your phone. I do know that Larry Newman has been preparing all week for this potential weather event. All right. So we'll keep you safe here at News Talk West Tennessee. We'll keep you good to go. So tune in tonight. If things do get iffy, we'll break in to whatever our syndication is. Have you fixed up. We'd like to remind you tonight, 3 to 6, this afternoon, not tonight. This afternoon, we'll be at Bourbon and Barley with the Dan Reeves Show. I think I'm going to go there. Knox and I will be there. Julie will be there, giving away autographs. You can make. What is it? What district are you? 9?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You make campaign contributions. She'll have a tip jar. Bourbon and Barley's. It's a fun place to go. We invite all of you out there. They're going to be giving away gift cards to Bourbon and Barley's tonight. So it'll be a good time. I'm going to be there. Have you ever had a Moscow Mule?
Yeah, that's not my thing.
I started drinking them, I don't know, a few weeks ago. They're not bad.
I'm not into the ginger.
They're not bad. The ginger's what gets you. I was more of a Mary Ann guy myself.
I'm more of a Paloma.
I don't know what that means.
It's
I had one of those.
Juice and tequila.
Trash.
No.
This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It says, I think what we are missing in this conversation is that it does not happen with this regularity in any other advanced nation. They have no amendment right to own guns for personal protection. Only the USA. They don't have to worry about their children being massacred at school or anywhere for that matter. It doesn't happen. Or rarely, should I say. We can't stop these tragedies or even minimize them as long as we have this interpretation of the Second Amendment. I rest my case and my fingers. Thank y'all. We appreciate it. Here's the problem. But we do. I get it. Maybe it doesn't happen as much in the UK. Stabbings happen a lot more there than they happen here. But I get it. You're not going to do as much damage with a knife as you are a gun. But
I don't want to be another country.
Exactly.
I don't want to be like another country. I want the USA.
Right. We do have this. And this is a newer problem. And not that it hasn't happened in the past. That's not what I'm saying. But the regularity and the routineness of it, I think there's more stuff that we can talk about that. And in all fair, I talked to Representative Todd about this. I said, we really do need to look at the foods, the impact of social media, the way we parent our children. I don't want the government telling us how to parent our children, but us as parents, we need to have this responsibility and say, and I'm guilty of this. I've gone through fast food lines. I bought cheap food just because it's easy for my kids. Done that. Guilty. I have been a bulldozer parent where I've cleared too much adversity out of the way for my kids because I want them to have so much more than I did. Right? Well, the good thing about adversity is you learn to it's the power of no, right? It's a great book you can read. It's called The Power of No. It's a very short book, but you can overcome objections, right? Just because it's a no doesn't mean it's over forever, right?
Yeah.
And I'm guilty of all these mistakes, right? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. You hear that sometimes. I think we're guilty of that, and I think that and we're also guilty of places like, Western State. That used to be common nomenclature for us when we were growing up, right? Oh, they're crazy, they're going to ball. That's the thing. It still exists, but nowhere like it used to.
Oh, we let everybody out, and they bred, and they bred, and they bred, and they bred, and here we are.
I don't know what we do to fix it. I hate it.
I was talking to my mom Tuesday or Wednesday after this, and we were talking about when she did her clinicals at Western State.
Actually, in Bolivar.
Yeah, at Western State on the forensics floor.
Huge, right?
Mm-hmm. She was on the forensics floor, so she was on the floor where you had like the bad people.
The bad and bad.
Yeah, and we let them out.
This comes in, and why did we let them out? By the way, this comes in on our advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says the foods this country consumes play a major role in the mental health crisis. I guess. I think so.
I think it's the chemicals that we expose our bodies to, but it's not just in fast food. I mean, you've got to look.
Oh, organic food can have so many chemicals on it and still be organic.
Yep.
I think it's 9 different chemicals and pesticides.
And you go buy a bag of frozen chicken, or even not even the frozen, the fresh chicken, unless it says it is steroid free, you're getting some chemicals. I mean,
right.
We've done it.
We mass produce our food.
Yep. And we've done it because we've gone from, we're a massive country,
right?
And we've kind of crippled some farmers. And so the ones that are doing it are producing it in mass production quickly, and that's how it happens.
I don't know how many people know this. I think I've said that. I know I've said this on radio before. I'm not sure if I've said it on our show, Julie, but I didn't do it. So before y'all start screaming at me out there, I didn't do it. But when Tyson first came to Humboldt, I looked at, this is back when I had more than one nickel. I looked at maybe putting in a chicken farm, like actually growing it, buying into one of those, and you get a good deal for Tyson. They guarantee you, I think it's like 1 million chickens over 2 years or something like that. But then depending on your performance, if you can't keep up with the demand, then the contract stops. But it wouldn't have been a terrible business investment. So as I was looking into it and I was doing my due diligence as a potential business owner for this, I was like, all right, so we're obviously pumping these chickens full of chemicals, right? Like steroids and stuff like that. And they said, no. That the average, and I may be off by a month or so, but not many. The average chicken from egg to going to get slaughtered for us to have grilled chicken or fried chicken, however you'd prefer it, is about 6 months or 5 months, one of those two. And what you do is it's the lighting. The lighting's what makes you money as a chicken grower. Chickens will eat in the daytime. As long as there's lights out, that's why you see them just eating. Nighttime they go to bed. You never turn the lights off. You got to have the right type of lighting. It's very expensive. It's even almost as much as expensive as the building is the lighting. but they literally eat for like 5 straight months. And that's how they get so big so quick. Now, do we put stuff in their foods? I mean, I didn't get that far with it. I realized, I was like, well, it's a 2-year contract. It's about a $1.5 million investment. You got to find people to be there. There's been a lot of work. So I didn't do it. But I did think that was relatively interesting how it happened. This comes in. Our advanced rehab text line number 731-800-8398 says, if it's in a box or a can, don't consume it. If the ingredient list has words you can't pronounce, don't eat it.
Well, unfortunately, that is not a realistic expectation for the majority
should be, but it's not.
People because it's not affordable.
And which is a question there too, right?
Yeah.
Why is I guess because it's a supply and demand, but why is healthier food like a cut up chicken breast?
They have to be treated differently. The vegetables can't be sprayed with certain pesticides that are cheaper. It's more labor intensive, and so the cost of it is higher. We get that. I mean, it makes sense. So you can sit here and say, okay, well, look, don't eat the mess. But when you've got 5 kids and you're looking for organic chicken nuggets and organic french fries, I mean, it's just, that's a part of our problem. What's good for us is not affordable, and what's bad for us is so easily available.
Bull called in one time, and he was talking about cigarettes. He said you don't even get addicted to the nicotine. You get addicted to one of the pesticides, I believe is what he said, that they put on there.
I think you actually get addicted to the motion. I think if you look,
sucking in and all that.
I think if you look at the amount of people that smoke who probably have some kind of undiagnosed ADD to ADHD, I think it would be insanely high, and you get this oral fixation
or even
of something to do.
That.
Yes, something to do when you're bored or when your mind and your body's not busy.
College. Yeah.
I think it's a mental addiction as well.
I don't know. I could be convinced that we do put stuff on foods to make us, especially the cheap foods. You know what I mean? The junk foods that we eat.
I think that's why little girls are starting to go through puberty and show quicker. Right. And,
I said that
used
about
to be
my
the average.
It didn't used to be that way.
The average female foot size used to be like 7, and now it's like a 9 and a 10.
That's the average?
Yeah.
I can remember when I worked at Journeys, the biggest size we carried for the females was a 10. If you came in there with a foot bigger than a 10, we couldn't hook you up with a pair of Docs.
And you'll see a lot of like really high-end designers are going and starting to carry 12s and 13s, not because of trends, but because long-legged women.
With big old feet. Mm-hmm. I don't mind a sexy foot, I'll be honest with you. Doesn't bother me a bit. Now, if somebody rolls up with like a 12 and a half, I'd be like, come on now.
Now, if it was a 12 and a half, well manicured and pretty, you think you would notice? If they had real long legs, real long arms, it would be proportionate.
I mean, you would know if you're like kissing it or something, you'd have an idea.
Well, if you try to put the whole 12 foot in your mouth, you might know.
I don't care what you've heard.
Are you sucking toes?
I don't care what you heard. You can't prove it. You can't prove it. I don't care what you've heard.
No.
I don't care what. Look, listen.
Oh, toe sucker, Chuck.
Don't be believing everything you read on the internet.
Not
all those interwebs are true.
You could not pay me enough money to put a toe in my mouth.
Ew. You seem very boring. You're listening to Walker Songs with Chuck and Julie. I'm going to cut your mic off real quick. You seem very boring, Julie. Sorry, Chris.
Put your faith to the test when I tore off your dress in Richmond on high.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years' experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Days when we raged, we flew off the page. Such damage is done. But I made it through, 'cause somebody knew I was meant for someone. So go leave your boots by the bed. We ain't leaving this room.
I'm gonna tell you, Morgan Wallen normally makes everything better. I'm a big Morgan Wallen fan. I like his stuff. I don't care about like the little rap stuff he does, but he was great on Cover Me Up. But Jason Isbell, the writer of the song, this is the version you need to be listening to. Do you like this better than Morgan Wallen's version?
No.
You like Morgan Wallen's better?
Yep.
I just think there's such a connection when there's a songwriter in the song. You know what I mean? I feel like it's a deeper connection, but maybe I'm wrong. Plus, I like Jason Isbell. You're listening to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. About 8 minutes left in our workday here. Oh, that's not true. We've committed to go to Bourbon and Barley this afternoon.
We have.
We may just be like greeters. I may be just serving tables, just get a little bit extra money coming back from vacation. Think they give me one of those aprons? Like when I was at Po Folks, I used to have an apron on. I used to have like your little order pad in there, straws.
Bet you would.
Yeah, man.
I bet they would.
Yeah. I mean, why not? I'll serve the heck out of a table. And don't let me behind the bar. Because y'all just thought Coyote Ugly. I mean, I'll be up on that thing dancing, spinning the bottle. It'd be like if Cocktails meets Coyote Ugly. Get enough tips, I'll take my shirt off. This comes in, it says sugar is in cigarettes. I didn't know. I 100% believe it. We try to get we do things to hurt ourselves, and we allow this. And we have an FDA, a Federal Drug Administration, and they do the food and stuff too, right? Food and Drug Administration. I said federal. Food and Drug Administration. I just don't know, man. We're going to have to tweak, not twerk, but tweak some things. And I'm nobody's rip up the Constitution guy. I can promise you that. But we are going to have to make some tweaks, I think, for the good of us, because there are some undeniable correlations between what's going on and what we eat. Because we all have that in common. We eat, right? You don't get to be 28 years old, which is what this shooter was at Covenant High School, without eating something, right? I think there are some correlations between social experiences, between how you're born, what you consume. I get worried sometimes, and I get worried as a parent. You know, I know you do too, and all of you out there.
Yeah.
You worry as parents, man. We're making the best choices for our kids. But then you also, you want your kids to have experiences. And there are times when you're on your way to vacation. You're going to swing in fast food company X, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Speaking of fast food, we try to go to Whataburger when we were in Panama City?
Uh-huh.
Well, we sat in the line for an hour and 15 minutes and we left. It was insane.
Well, now they're all over Memphis, so just drive up to Memphis.
I would.
I saw 2 on Monday.
I have warrants. What were you doing in Memphis on Monday? You had to work.
I went Monday afternoon because I was going to buy a car.
Did you?
No.
Why not? What kind of car were you looking at?
You already know.
Ugh, I figured it was the one. Good.
And
I'm glad you didn't, by the way. That was a good decision.
The man thought that I was stupid and tried to like lowball the dog mess out of me on my vehicle. And I was like,
and you done found out.
I was like, bruh, no. I ended up, that part doesn't matter. I'm not going to go there. But anyway, one of the things that he was trying to sell it to me on was because it was Max McCurdy's, who was chief of staff for the Clintons. And he was like, I mean, you'll never find another one like this. Just going on. And I was like, okay. And he was
what
like,
color was it?
Black. And he was like, this was Max McCurdy's. I was like, I'm a Republican. Like, you're not helping me want this anymore by telling me.
Don't you know how much I hate Democrats?
No, that doesn't excite me. Like, he's never been somebody I put at the top of my list of people I admired.
And honestly, even if you bought, like, when I was a kid, I had a thing for Pamela Anderson.
Yeah.
If I would have bought Pamela Anderson's car, it wouldn't make me any closer to her.
Right.
You know? And I don't know that it matters.
He sat in the same seat as me. Cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever.
It's like people. It's like perverts out there that buy used clothes of celebrities on the internet or undergarments. Like, what does that do for you?
I could get it if it was something iconic and you wanted it like a piece of memorabilia.
Right.
But like drawers and socks and stuff.
What does that
nasty.
do?
Just perverts.
You know, now if like there was I'm trying to think of like some celebrity that would be connected to a particular item. You know, like
I got one.
Okay.
Elvis made those necklaces with the lightning bolts.
TCB.
Yes.
Lindsay had one.
Yeah.
She sold it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, she had one when her father died.
I could get why somebody would buy one of those.
Yes, but that's not his undergarments.
Okay, my mom.
Right.
She bought
no undergarments, Miss Diane.
No.
Don't do it.
She bought a piece of jewelry from Carl Perkins' wife's estate that Carl Perkins bought while he was with the Beatles.
Okay, that would make
so like that. I wore it in my wedding.
Prince's purple jacket.
Cool. Yeah.
Prince's purple jacket.
Cool stuff.
That kind of that.
But my mom, when she saw it, she bought it. She bought it because it was beautiful, not because she didn't even know the story when she was buying it.
Right.
But then the story comes out, and we ended up the lady's granddaughter that wore it told my mom a lot more about it. So
that part is cool. That's a collection.
Yeah, but I just
don't
get. Yeah, I was like,
come on. Now, if you could have like, who had the pink Cadillac? Was that Elvis?
Elvis.
All right, so like his pink Cadillac. Okay, cool. But then you just put it up in a museum. The General Lee. Look, what is? Look.
It's the pink Cadillac.
Where? Oh, that's a Cadillac. I kept looking at Presley's name. I see it.
Yeah, it's just not colored in yet.
Are you gonna get colored in?
Yeah.
I'm changing my mind about tattoos with color. At first, I didn't like them. I was like, yeah, I don't get it, but they're kind of cool now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they've changed.
I've got how many? 1, 2. I got 3 tattoos.
I've got one.
None of them are colored.
Yeah, I just got one.
This is Jason Isbell here. This is best work. This is live at Austin City Limits. If We Were Vampires. It's a great song.
Why are you on this Jason Isbell kick?
Listen to this. This is why.
I just remember what Bob said today. I play better music.
Maybe we'll get 40 years together.
Maybe we'll get 40 years together. But one day I'll be gone. One day you'll be gone.
I will. But I'm gonna tell you one thing.
If
when
we
I'm
were
gone,
vampires, we wouldn't have to worry. See?
Oh my God.
This part's for you, Julie.
Go out on the sidewalk in the smoke.
See? If you were vampires, you wouldn't have to worry about death. Laugh at all the lovers in the place. It's a great love song.
Yeah.
It's great. That's why you don't like it.
It's cool.
You just like the twerking music. I know how you and Bob are.
Oh God.
Thank you for doing such a great job when I was gone last week or this week.
I wouldn't say I did a great
You
job.
did.
I would say I was here.
Oh, you did fine. And you did fine. You loaded the show up with good information and good content. That's what we want our people to listen to and expect out of us, because that is what we expect out of us. We want you to be weather aware tonight. Download our apps. News Talk 96.5. News Talk 96.5. Tell you download our apps. You can listen to us all night. We'll be prepared here at the weather desk. Larry Newman will be here. That man's got more weather than anybody you've ever met. He lives for these moments.
You know, you didn't notice that I colored my hair while you were gone.
You're right. You were right. I should have noticed that.
Hurt my
I just kept
feelings.
looking at your eyes. I couldn't even see your hair. I didn't even know you had hair, Julie.
I don't even like you.
That's all right. You're not the first girl to not like me. That doesn't impress me anymore. You've been listening to Walker Talks. You'll see us 3 to 6 of the Dan Reeves Show out at Bourbon and Barley. Special thanks to Representative Todd for hanging out with us for a little bit. Bob Ney. Bob will be back on Monday at 10 o'clock. We may talk some more Trump. What do you think?
I think we will.
We need to get into Saudi Arabia doing their oil accepting wine money now. They're getting off the dollar. I'm nervous.
Yeah.
We got things to worry about. We'll get through it together. You got choices out there on what station to listen to. Who entertains you from 10 to 1. We thank you for letting that be us. Have a great rest of your day.
This is WBFG 96.5